Good evening, folks. Welcome to the workshop of June 3rd, 2019. I'm now going to call this workshop to order. First on the list is an update on the recycling committee that we voted on last council meeting with Assistant City Manager Phil Kroll presenting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. So you'll notice in the information sheet that I provided, spoke about one needing to create the purpose, the composition, the term, and the outcomes that you would like from this new committee. This is a draft. What I'm hoping to do is be able to get some input from you tonight on what you would like to see in this so that we can create the charge for the committee, and then we could start the process for the selection committee to start bringing in volunteers that would be willing to serve on the committee. We've already received 3 or 4 inquiries about serving on that committee, so having this and ready to go will be important. I also provided you some history, and I think that that was just, I just went back and took a look at what's the council action been, at least in the last 8 years, regarding the various recycling committees. You'll notice that we've had 2, and then a third one was asked to come back with a updated presentation to the council. So I thought it'd be important for you to see that, and if you have any questions on that, I can certainly try to answer it. I wasn't directly involved in these, but I did go through and read the minutes and looked at the council actions, so I might be able to provide you some information on that. When it comes down to the purpose, it's about studying, recommending, and reporting on the programs, models that are looking to be implemented in response to the changing marketplace as far as recycling. The draft of this came from looking at, like I think was said during the last council meeting, we're not the only community that's looking at this across the country. So I probably looked at well over 10 different communities, some of their most recent that have looked at recycling committees, and took pieces of it that I thought met with what we are faced with here and comments that you have made at previous meetings. The group itself, I chose 7 members. If you would like to see more than that, we can do that, but it seemed like 7 was a good working group number. That was about the average for most of the committees that I looked at. You had talked about a 6-month term, and these would all be scheduled public meetings. People could come and attend. And then 4 areas of focus. 1, identifying the key impacts of current recycling program. Compare our current model with different models that we could adopt for you to consider. Identify our current costs for recycling and compare with other municipalities which have adapted to the changing market. And then create a public education awareness campaign for the recommended changes. But just note on that last bullet, that is in alignment with the comp plan. I did go back and look at the comp plan to see what the comp plan had talked about regarding solid waste and recycling. One of the major focuses within recycling was the need for the city to have a recycling or a campaign to educate, promote, and communicate what is our process, what does it look like, and how can people participate. And then the last paragraph was, I thought it'd be helpful with a quick turnaround of 6 months to have the committee come in September just to give an update status, where they are. That way there you could redirect the committee if need be, and they still had time to be able to put any additional information together that you would need before their final report, which would be in December. So I'm open for any questions or suggestions.
Very good, thank you. Open, bring this back to the council. Councilors, any questions for the Assistant City Manager or recommendations? Councilor Zlanya?
Thank you very much for your work on this. A couple of things. One, it says here in the this purpose, composition, term, outcomes that 6-month term shall conduct a minimum of 6 scheduled meetings. In the minutes, it was a 6-month term with the option to expand it to 12 months with the City Council voting on that. I wonder if we can include that just so it's clear, particularly for people who decide to become involved in this. And we have in here Auburn residents. You know, I wonder, we've been doing some working, and the city manager can speak to this as well, on the ag ordinance creation committee, I guess is what you, working group. And part of what has come through in that group is that to sort of lay out a few areas of expertise that we want represented on the group. I don't know exactly what that is, but somebody, and I don't know if it's Mr. Goyette who would participate in this, or who it be, so that there's some people who have some particular expertise around, around recycling.
We would definitely have staff present that wouldn't make up the 7. So staff would certainly, those with that knowledge would certainly be at the meetings.
But I think, and maybe if I could just clarify your point, bringing people into the group as members of the group that are not Auburn residents, though have a specific background in the topic at hand, in this case, recycling. metals
Correct,
and so
yeah,
forth.
thank you.
There, I'll agree. I'm a very big proponent of bringing in smart people from wherever they live in order to help Auburn solve a problem. Though by protocol, or I should say precedence, any type of vote can only happen with Auburn residents. So again, this is up for the entire council to kind of agree on or give conversation on. If you want to have, call it an associate member of the committee, a non-voting, non-resident member, versus 7 permanent or voting members of the committee, would that be
Yeah, I think
would
that's a
that
good
address-
compromise, so that people could be run, perhaps on a particular issue with recycling, so that they're coming to speak specifically about something. And the committee itself could decide, or help to decide along with city staff, on who should be brought in.
Council, do we have agreement on that?
I agree. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Voting members,
need the-
residents only, non-voting members, subject matter experts?
Yes,
Okay.
because it is our city and it should be our citizens who vote.
Mr. Mayor, I would say we have to be very cautious on that, though, because we had previous committees that nobody knows who are voting, who aren't voting, and they watch, committee meetings, and they think somebody's got a lot of influence over the committee who's not an Auburn resident. So I think we got to be really careful. Because my thoughts here, we've got to look at the viability of it first and find out what we can and can't do. There's a broad bunch of folks that will recycle at any cost, and I'm not sure if we want our committee to be heading down that road, recycle at any cost. So I'd be a little bit nervous about how we have people that are quote-unquote on the board that aren't Auburn residents, period. Maybe a consultant that's hired or brought in to give a speech, or a guest speaker, yes.
Well,
But not
remember,
somebody that's actually on.
It will be
the-
public meetings, and I think that'll be important for the 7 members to encourage a
Correct,
content
as long as
expert to
they're
come to the
guests, they're
meeting,
not
to
part of the
participate.
committee, right.
But it would be the 7 members that would, you already have a process for selecting committee members. It would go through that process. Whether they're, I wouldn't call, maybe not call them associate members, but have those individuals that would come to the meeting but not go through that selection process.
And we've done this now that we're talking this out, which is great. We've done this before at the mayor's ad hoc group. We had guests that were there that spoke during public comment quite often, and they were at every meeting. They weren't members of the committee, though.
Yeah,
As long as I think we encourage, I think the bottom line is to encourage people that are subject matter experts on specific tasks to be there to help and facilitate versus controlling.
Right,
Put
and
that
they wouldn't be,
language- Sorry.
I was just going to say, they wouldn't be voting members, and they wouldn't necessarily come to every single meeting. I think just knowing that we may have wonderful Auburn citizens who know a lot about this, but it may be necessary to bring in other people to
And we
just
could do
give
that
some
as guests, but not
information.
as, I don't think they should be counted as members of the
No,
committee.
I agree.
Yep.
At all.
Yes.
I had a couple,
I'll put that language in there that
Thank you.
encourages that, so.
I had a comment on number 3. You talked about identify the current cost for recycling, compare with other municipalities. I think the first thing I'd like to see is have us go to what we can do the research to find out ways that we can save on recycling costs now. Now, that may be going to other municipalities to see what they're doing a good job, because I do know there are things that can be done to save on recycling costs if we're really careful. I'd rather they do that rather than, doing too much of how's the next town doing. Maybe look at some of the best practices if it's less money. And then the other thing I was going to ask was that I think it's a good idea for us to take an approach that we want to maybe look at what is recyclable, and for instance, there's a lot of stuff is easily recyclable, paper, cardboard, and certain plastics. So we focus on those only and not try to be recycling everything, and then slowly add items as we can. Also look at things that bring money, that we know bring money, and there's a immediate impact when we roll this thing out again for the first time. So that we can, instead of just saying we're going to recycle everything because, we're going to take certain things that are going to give a good solid, it works, and then move forward.
And Councilor Titus, just to address that, I think there's a lot that you said, all very good, and should be vetted out within that committee. In order to, the committee will look at these 4 points, and I think take them in turn as they decide. I will say, though, to get those points to the committee once it's formed, if we could look at one of those 7 members be a county council appointed by the mayor or and confirmed by vote of the council, a member of that committee, I think that would make sense.
Yeah.
We have 6 residents and a city council representative appointed and confirmed by the council.
Yeah, and because my last point was and I made it the point before, if we do a great education process and get everybody recycling, we're going to have $500,000 doing a good job in expenses.
do we
So
all-
that doesn't come first necessarily, but finding a way to do it efficiently comes first, and then get everybody on board.
Well, that's the committee's task, is to do that work and to prioritize. But are we all in agreement with mayor appointing, council confirming 1 out of the 7 members? It has to be a councilor? That's very standard across
Fine.
about a dozen or so other committees that we have in the city.
But the ultimate decision will be decided upon by city council.
Of course, yeah.
So we don't have to, as far as what the outcome is going to be and the specifics, I think that, that will be up to us at that point.
Councilor Young?
Yeah, we have a process and this is going to go through that process. Okay. So if you want to make that a requirement when the committee of 3 meets, we'll make sure one of them is a city councilor.
Well, the appointment committee doesn't verify council appointments to committees.
Well,
That's
no,
not
I mean-
precedent at all. It's, in the beginning of every term, the mayor selects members of the council, all of you, to be on various committees, and then the council approves that nomination form. I'd like to just take that. I think it's good practice to get a representative from the council on each kind of committee that we have. I think sometimes we get away from that, but for the most part, we're there. I think that helps streamlines the process when it comes down to reporting. So if you're good with that, obviously, I think
Yep,
I can make
I
a
think it'd be a good idea.
recommendation. You all can vote on it on June 17th to be in tandem with your
Okay,
selection.
I
of the
understand, I
other
understand what you're saying now.
six. Yeah, just kind of normal practices.
So we'll just focus on the other 6.
I think so. I need some agreement, though, from the council on this before we move forward on that.
Yep,
Makes sense?
agreed,
Okay,
agreed.
okay, good. Is there anything else for Phil in this? Questions about the committee?
No,
No?
I think the purpose is exactly what I thought it would be, so numbers 1 through 4 is the way I thought it would be, so I'm comfortable with that.
So we have a couple additions that you got, one from Councilor Ozania, the second on the 7th member from the council. And then we'll talk about priorities within the committee when that committee will talk about it when they get set. Fair enough.
And just one last question, I'm sorry. I neglected this before, but all the study stuff that was done previously that has just sat on a shelf, is that accessible?
So I'm still digging for it. I went and if you remember during the strategic planning process, we went back over 10 years and pulled close to 90 different studies that had been done. There's not one of them regarding recycling in any
Okay.
of those archives. So I went back and looked at all the minutes. Sue had assisted in trying to pull that. All presentations, we don't have documentation. So we're still digging it and we're digging through, and hopefully we'll find something that the other committees had done.
Or
Maybe
they
you-
just start with a clean slate?
Maybe it was recycled. I had to use that pun somewhere during this conversation.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you very much. Next on the agenda is an executive session to discuss personnel matters pursuant to 1 MRSA, Section 405. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion from Councilor Fournier. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Gary. All those in favor? Opposed? None being? We're now in executive session.
all your,
I now declare us out of executive session. Next, we have an executive session to discuss economic development pursuant to 1 MRSA, Section 405. Do I have a motion?
so moved.
Second?
I have a motion from Councilor Titus and a second from Councilor Fournier. All those in favor, please raise your hand. We are now in executive session by a vote of 5 to 0.
One person.
I now declare the council out of executive session. We're going to stand in recess until our regular city council meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Andy's gonna be, make sure he turns that ballot over.
I'd like to now call to order this meeting of June 3rd, 2019. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, thank you. Folks, we have one consent item on the agenda today. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved?
This is appointing wardens and ward clerks for the June 11th, 2019 election. I have a motion from Councilor, Fournier, and a second from Councilor Walker.
One point of order, Mr. Mayor. Doesn't have an
Councilor
asterisk.
Titus?
Says all items with asterisks are considered to be consent items.
Yeah, we only have one item,
Only
though.
one item.
So, because we're all set then. All right, I just want to make sure.
Not
because-
multiples. No. So, I have a motion from Councilor Fournier, a second from Councilor Walker. By a show of hands, all those in favor? Opposed, abstained, none being. The order carries by a vote of 7-0. Next, we have the minutes of the May 20th, 2019 regular council meeting. Are there any corrections? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the May 20th, 2019 regular city council meeting.
So moved?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Fournier and a second by Councilor Walker. Show of hands, all those in favor? Carries 7-0. Now we're going to move on to communications, presentations, and recognition. First, I got a certificate of excellence in Spirit of America Award. I got a little out of order. My first honor, actually, tonight. This is talking about the Spirit of America Tribute Award. We voted on this every year as a council, and this year, our Auburn City Council was asked by the Spirit of America Foundation to pick a local person, project, or group to receive Auburn's Spirit of America Foundation tribute for outstanding community service and to honor the recipient at a council meeting. A few months ago, we solicited nominations from the community. I got some well-written, heartfelt, and well-deserved submissions. After the council cast their votes, it's our honor this year to recognize two very special recipients. These plaques, I'd like to show you the council these and the public, read as follows. On behalf of a grateful community, thank you for your generous support of the city of Auburn and the people who live, work, and play here. There's also a quote from Mr. Ingersoll that states, "We rise by lifting others." I think it's a really fitting quote to have on these. Unfortunately, one of the selected awardees, Mr. Larry Pelletier, could not be here tonight. I'm going to save my remarks for Mr. Pelletier to when hopefully he can be here on June 17th, we're hoping. He had to be out of state today for a family situation. But we do have the second award winner here today. The other deserving recipient of this very special recognition is an organization that does some pretty amazing things in our community. In fact, this group has been supporting the community since 1874. They are the Danville Junction Grange number 65. The nomination was submitted for this exceptional organization, and it reads as follows. Auburn's Danville Junction Grange is a quiet part of the Auburn community that does amazing things. The Grange raises funds for cabins in the woods for veterans, dictionaries for third graders, the Auburn Powell Center, and several different scholarship funds, and much, much more. Now, while the Grange may not raise thousands of dollars, they raise as much as they can. And most importantly, they diligently volunteer their time and energy. Most Grange members have been lifelong members and are grassroots families who believe in the motto, "Many hands make light work." This remarkable group meets at the Danville Junction Grange Hall, which was built between 1898 and 1901 in southern Auburn in the village of Danville Junction, which Councilor Young likes to remind me we aggressively took over in 1857, was it? Danville will rise again. From the outside, the Grange Hall looks like a standing symbol of a bygone era, but take a look inside, and it's easy to see the Grange is alive and well. They are alive and well indeed. In fact, their membership is increasing, and in this year of heritage, history, and honor in Auburn, it seems altogether fitting that we recognize the members of their dedicated organization. And we have some members in the back. If you could, please come forward. I've got some. Hello. Oh, that's loud. First of all, stand right here. Now I get the chance to embarrass you. And so for their philanthropic work, generosity of spirit, and sense of community pride, the City of Auburn is honored to recognize and congratulate Danville Junction Grange, number 65, recipient of the 2019 Auburn Spirit of America Tribute for Outstanding Community Service, right here. So my honor to present that to you both, okay? And thank you very much for being here. Definitely get some pictures. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think they also received an award in the parade, right? Did you receive an award in the parade? Oh, no, it was another one. Yes, good. Thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you.
Another Grange.
Danville will rise again, David. Next, a certificate of excellence in financial reporting. I'd like to turn this over to the city manager at this time to present this award to our very own chief money person, Ms. Jill Eastman.
Jill, you want to stay where you are? Okay, all right. So I don't have the certificate to present to her, but because of the timing with the budget process, we thought that this would be an opportune time to do this. We will have the certificate. I'm not sure exactly when that will arrive. It's on your desk, okay. This is a certificate from the Government Finance Officers Association. It's a very distinguished certificate. There are I'll say, small number of municipalities in this country and counties that receive this certificate for financial reporting. I should say for excellence in financial reporting. The award was first created in 1945. And I believe the city of Auburn has received this certificate for 26 years or so, is that right?
It's the 26th.
And the person who's largely responsible for this is our finance director, Jill Eastman. Jill, any comments you want to make? You're so shy, come on.
No. It just, what we have to do in order to receive this is we have to comply with all of the government accounting standards that come, and so every year or two, they put new ones in, and we have to keep upgrading our report in order to continue to receive it. So there is a lot of work that goes into doing that. I have a lot of help from the auditors as far as with the new GASB rulings, but I pretty much put the report together myself. So it's something that I have a lot of pride, take a lot of pride in, and I was the one who got Auburn to get it in the first place. It was something, it was a goal for me, and it was a long time ago, but it's worth it for Auburn, because when we go to bond and things like that, it's important.
That's right. It's more than a feather in the cap for the city. It really is a substantive award, and Jill, thank you very much. So I'd like to have a round of applause for Jill. I see the mayor is presenting a special coin.
Tell him, tell him you want a key is what you want.
Did that when I retired.
That's true.
Get the gold watch then. Okay.
Congratulations.
I'm now going to open this up to our first open session of the night. Members of the public are invited to speak to the council about any issue directly related to city business, which is not on tonight's agenda. I'd ask that you state your name and address and limit your comments to about 3 minutes. Anybody from the public like to come up and speak? Anyone? No one?
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, somebody. He's giving you a hard time.
It's okay. I'm used to it.
It's auction season.
That's right. That's what I'm here to talk about.
Don't forget.
Evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors, Manager. I'm Mamie Anthony. I'm the director of the Auburn Public Library, and I'm here to remind you and all of the people watching that we are in the midst of our annual online auction. We have a number of really great items to to offer you. We have 3 brewer for a day packages, dog sledding for a day, an Auburn Lewiston dine around, which is really fantastic, and a spectacular wine basket and so much more. We have about close to 100 items. The auction runs through this Friday, which is the 7th, until 6 p.m. And then if you're interested in bidding or taking a look at the items, you can go to our webpage, which is www.auburnpubliclibrary.org. And if you look at the very top of the page, there is a link to our auction platform. So please bid early, bid often, and bid high. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mamie. Is there anybody else in the public who would like to speak? None being, I'll now close this open session. We have a proposed ordinance, we're going to be moving on to unfinished business. We have a proposed ordinance, 03-05202019, adopting the proposed amendment to Chapter 14, Business Licenses and Permits for an Adult Use of Medical Marijuana Business Ordinance. This is a second and final reading. I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 03-05202019.
Second.
I have a second from Councilor Young. I'll open this up to the public for public comment. Anybody from the public like to speak? None being, I'm going to turn this over to the Assistant City Manager. He has a couple updates since the last reading and vote on this. Just clarification updates I'd like to have him talk to us about.
So since the last reading, what we included was, it was brought to our attention regarding, on page 11 of the ordinance under standards for license, it talked about what we had put in the ordinance regarding setbacks and grandfathering current businesses. We referenced the state statute, which is Title 22, Section 2429. They listed out the businesses that they were referencing as far as those being grandfathered. What they did not reference in that language was medical marijuana cultivation facilities. Through our entire work group, that was our intent, to include that. It was listed, I believe it originally was just referenced as medical manufacturing, and there was just an understanding that they would have been included. So we did make that note, and we're appreciative of the collaborative group that brought that forward to us, so we don't need to come back with amendments in the future. So on page 11, you'll see it underlined. It just says, as well as medical marijuana cultivation facilities, which will now be part of the December 13th, 2018 grandfathering process. The other item was brought forward and regarding bars on the windows. We did not make the change here. That will, if there was a request for that to take place. I think Councilor Titus has a potential amendment regarding that he'll bring up in the future, in the proceedings, rather. That's it.
Thank you very much. I'm going to bring this back to the council. Is there any debate or conversation on this? None being?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we amend this is order 03-05202019 and change on page 13, section 9E. The wording says, shall have locks and bars, and I would like to strike the words "and bars" from section 9E, and just have it, shall have locks.
Second that.
I have a motion from Councilor Titus and a second from Councilor Walker. Any comment? You sure you want to keep the locks?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
I'd like to take a vote. Show of hands, all those in favor of the motion to amend? That approves, I'm sorry, raise your hands one more time. Motion, okay, very good, thank you. The motion to amend, the amendment to the motion, excuse me, passes by a vote of 7-0. Okay, we're coming back to the motion. Are there any other comments or additions, subtractions, amendments? None being? I'm going to ask the clerk for a roll call vote at this time.
Counselor Titus?
Yes.
Counselor Fournier?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Counselor Young?
Yes.
Counselor Gary?
Yes.
Counselor Lasagna?
Yes.
Counselor Hayes?
Yes.
The ordinance passes, the motion passes by a vote of 7-0. Next, we have an ordinance 04-05202019, adopting the proposed amendment to Chapter 60, Section 60-145, subparagraph A, use regulations, permitted uses. This is a second and final reading. I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Mr. Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number 04-05202019.
Second.
I have a motion from Counselor Fournier and a second from Counselor Walker. I'll open this up to the public for public comment. Anybody in the public like to speak on this ordinance? None being, I'll bring it back to the council. Is there any debate or conversation? None being, I'll turn it over to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Counselor Titus?
Yes.
Counselor Fournier?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Counselor Young?
Yes.
Counselor Gary?
Yes.
Counselor Lasagna?
Yes.
Counselor Hayes?
Yes.
Okay. The ordinance passes by a vote of 7-0.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we pass ordinance 05-0520-2019, adopting the proposed amendment to Chapter 60, Section 60-499A, Use Regulation Permitted Uses, second reading.
Second.
I have a motion from Counselor Titus and a second from Counselor Walker. Open this up to the public for public comment. None being, I'll bring it back to the council for any debate or conversation. None being, I'll turn it over to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Counselor Titus?
Yes.
Counselor Fournier?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Counselor Young?
Yes.
Counselor Gary?
Yes.
Counselor Lasagna?
Yes.
Counselor Hayes?
Yes.
The ordinance passes by a vote of 7-0.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we pass ordinance number 06-0520-2019, adopting the proposed amendment to Chapter 60, Section 60-525A, Use Regulation and Permitted Uses, second reading.
Second.
I have a motion from Counselor Titus and a second from Counselor Walker. Is there anybody from the public who would like to comment? None being. Bring it back to the council. Comment, debate? None being. I'll turn it over to the clerk. Please, roll call vote if you may.
Counselor Titus?
Yes.
Counselor Fournier?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Counselor Young?
Yes.
Counselor Gary?
Yes.
Counselor Lasagna?
Yes.
Counselor Hayes?
Yes.
The ordinance passes by a vote of 7-0.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we pass ordinance 07-0520-2019, adopting the proposed amendment to Chapter 60, Section 60-554, Form-Based Code and Matrix, second reading.
Second.
I have a motion from Counselor Titus and a second from Counselor Walker. Anybody from the public like to speak or comment on this ordinance? None being, bring it back to the council. Discussion, comment, debate? None, okay. Clerk, I'll ask you for a roll call vote, please.
Counselor Titus?
Yes.
Counselor Fournier?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Counselor Young?
Yes.
Counselor Gary?
Yes.
Counselor Lasagna?
Yes.
Counselor Hayes?
Yes.
Ordinance passes by a vote of 7-0.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion that we pass ordinance 08-0520-2019, adopting the proposed amendment to Chapter 60, Section 60-578A, Use Regulation and Permitted Uses, second reading.
Second.
I have a motion from Counselor Titus and a second from Counselor Young. I'll open this up to the public for comment.
Mr. Mayor, just a couple items regarding, one thing you'll notice is that we had an additional order on the last set that you will not be voting on tonight. That's the odor ordinance that needs to go through public hearing with the planning board. That'll take place, and then we'll bring it back to you once that clears that process. The second point of reference for you is that I know the public will be asking, now that all these are passed, if you have anyone that inquires about what's that process to now obtain their license. Within the ordinance, within the order rather, we did state that it would be July 1st for any current license holder, or those that are approved rather, businesses for medical marijuana cultivation or retail, could come in between July 1st and August 1st to apply. Any new licenses will have to take place after August 1st. So we are working internally to work on that information sheet. We'll be pushing that out to the public very soon.
Very good. Thank you very much. I'll bring it back to the council now. Is there any debate or comment?
Mr. Mayor,
Counselor.
I would just like to take this opportunity to thank staff and the working group, marijuana working group. It's been a long process, and I know people have been impatient. As it turns out, the state still hasn't finished their regulatory process, but we're ready as soon as they are, which I'm very proud to say that we're ready to roll. But the kind of work that went into it, and the comments that I got from people in the industry as well as staff and everybody else was wonderful, and we were very open, and we were able to change things that made sense and maybe not change things that didn't, but it was at least there was a process I thought was very good. Everybody had a chance to say what was on their mind, so I appreciate everything in this particular set of ordinances.
Yeah, I think this whole process deserves our thanks. So it's well done, especially the Assistant City Manager for shepherding this process, and Counselor Titus, and everybody else that was involved, so thank you. No other debate or comment. I'm going to bring it back to the clerk for a roll call vote.
Counselor Titus?
Yes.
Counselor Fournier?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Counselor Young?
Yes.
Counselor Gary?
Yes.
Counselor Lasagna?
Yes.
Counselor Hayes?
Yes.
The ordinance passes by a vote of 7-0. If you got 'em. New business. Okay, moving on. We have a public hearing and vote on order 7306, or excuse me, -06-032019, approving the mass gathering permit for the Liberty Festival to be held on July 4th, 2019, with a rain date of July 5th, 2019. I'll entertain a motion at this time.
So moved?
Second.
Motion from Councilor Fournier, second from Councilor Walker. I'm going to open this up, the public hearing. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak? None being? Okay. Bring it back to the council. Is there any debate?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor?
thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support what they're trying to do. I support them using whatever parking lots and things, but I'd like them to be respectful and leave some spaces for the rope block so that if they have a intake worker, I know it's on the 4th of July or the day after, depending on the weather, but if they, sometimes some of these people that live at the rope block, they have intake worker, nurses' aides, or something that comes in to help them on a daily basis. So I want to make sure that they'll have a place out there and they don't have to go into the parking garage and fight for a place or be made to pay a fee to park. So I'd like to see at least 6 spaces, which is normally done for the rope block, but it hasn't been put into place for a couple times we've allowed this group to have all the parking areas. But I'd like to see if we could have that at least for, at least for moving forward.
This is not a motion to amend the mass gathering permit at this time. Could I ask staff to see if they could block away 6, or especially mark 6 spots? I think that's a fair request. Or a certain number thereabouts. Is that possible? Yes. Okay, to make exempt? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Manager, or Assistant Manager?
So we can certainly make that notification, but there's no enforcement. And so I just want to make sure that we're clear that we won't be able to assign a staff member to ensure that the person parking there is going to the rope block and not going to the festival. But we can note it, and we can put up temporary signage that it's for the rope block only, but just so you're aware that
Thank you.
somebody could park there.
And you could also probably put a limit, like an hour or 2-hour limit, so that even if they do park for care, then they'll have a reasonable amount of time to go in, do what they need to do, and come out. And if it is taken up by a space of somebody that's going to walk to the festival and do stuff, they'll know that they got to move their car, or at least intentionally have to move their car, even if you can't exactly enforce it.
Yeah, I think, yeah, thank you very much, and we'll watch this if you could. Is there any other comments on the mass gathering permit at this time? None being? I'll ask by a show of hands. All those in favor? Opposed, abstained, none being. Passes by a vote of 7-0. Next is a result supporting the restructuring of the Recreation Ingersoll Turf Facility and Norway Savings Bank Arena. I'll entertain a motion at this time.
So moved.
I have a motion from Councilor Lasagna. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Young-Hayes. I'm going to cast
We'll share that one.
I'll flip a coin next time. I'll open this up for public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak? None being, I'll bring it back to the council. Council, any conversation, debate amongst yourselves on this? Let me see you grabbing at your microphone. Councilor Walker.
Yes, I do. I really don't see any reason why they think they have to bring this forward and ask us to vote on this. They have been doing this now for months, and we've had the 3 departments all separated, all have different budgets. We are looking at an enterprise that we're hoping to do something moving forward with, differently than what it is today. We've got the Ingersoll, that's an enterprise, and we've got the recreation department that is not. I don't feel comfortable voting on this until we are done doing what we think we're gonna move forward with, especially with the Norway Arena, talking about plans and other plans that we've got in the future, so I won't support this.
Very good. Any other comments? Councilor Ozanian?
I've been a part of some of those conversations, particularly talking about entertainment and the future of sports tourism, and I think it's really important to make sure that we're talking about recreation and sports and entertainment tourism. We want to make sure that entertainment is in there because it's a big enterprise that is being entered into right now, and they're having a lot of success. So I want to make sure somehow, whether it's in the title of
I
the
think-
entity or whatever it is that you decide.
I think, I mean, during this conversation, if that's general consensus on this, a motion could be made to amend the title, frankly. Or we could ask the city manager if he could add that in somehow, but I think that's worthwhile on a discussion point. You know, is it events, is it entertainment? Is there a different synonym that we're not thinking about? Is tourism really the side effect or the end result of having a very strong sports, recreation, and event department? I think those are, maybe if we keep the conversation focused on kind of that plane. I'm just trying to paraphrase to see, because I agree with you, I
Great,
think it's
and
very important.
And I'm not sure that where that conversation would happen, whether the city manager comes up with maybe a title and a description of what this means to include entertainment.
Well, I think obviously what we're doing doesn't include entertainment to some degree. I mean, the country music show, which many of you had an opportunity to be able to view, which was highly successful, which was the first venue of its kind at the arena, was certainly all about entertainment. Then we're also doing events that are more oriented towards sports tourism. We have an opportunity in Auburn, in collaboration with the city of Lewiston and the region, to do a lot of things regarding sports tourism. I think we're perfectly positioned with the recreational opportunities, sports tourism opportunities that we have. So, from my perspective, if the council is more comfortable with the Department of Sports Tourism, Entertainment, and Recreation, I think that is in keeping with what we're trying to do. I think it enables us to be able to be successful in terms of what we're doing and will continue to do in the future.
I do think it will be important to really articulate clearly recreation. I think Councilor Walker alluded to this, to make sure that we know what each one of these is responsible for doing and not to conflate them so that we're not sure. Recreation is different from entertainment, which is different from sports tourism. And again, I'm not sure where that will be articulated, but I think that'll be important.
If I could make, further in the budget, and not to put together two separate items, but we do have a line item in our CIP, if I remember correctly, on rebranding. Usually during a rebranding process, part of that rebranding process is to make sure departmental names or labels are actually fitting and encompass the entire mission statement. It might be something that in that process comes in. I'm not sure if you want to delay amending this name change, or do it or not do it with the knowledge that a better maybe terminology could come up with entertainment later in that rebranding process?
I agree with that. I think there needs to be some thought behind it.
Mr. Mayor, I also agree. I think that I would like to see a clear delineation between, among all of the components of this, so that we know what's coming in and what's going out from each of the particular subcategories. I'd like to work on it, see some more work done on it, and bring it back to us.
During that rebrand process, so I think if I could just get some clarification, are you saying yes, agree, accept semantics in the name and the mission statement?
No,
You'd want to see that revised at a latter point during one of the quarterly reviews or post-rebranding?
Yeah, I would like to see this revised now. And
So you're going to vote against or for?
the way it stands right now, I'm voting against.
Okay. Councilor Gary had her hand up earlier.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't mind all entities under one umbrella, but I believe that they all should be separate. Each of them are enterprises, like what the good Councilor Walker says. Each should be judged on and held accountable for each of their missions, budgets, and everything else. So I can't support this the way it is right now neither.
If I could, or Counselor Hayes, you have something to add to that point, or if not, I'll have the city manager address Counselor Gary on that one.
I guess I just see it as we're voting really basically on the restructuring to move forward. You know, the naming of it, you know, we could come back with a better name perhaps, but I think that we need to move forward approving the restructuring at least, and then how we name it, I think is a second question.
Mr. Manager, do you want to address Counselor Gary's part about the weight and balance or the P&Ls on each individual line item or group?
Yes. As all the councilors know, and the mayor does, as part of this budget process, each separate unit has a budget of its own. The arena does, the recreation unit does, and so does the turf facility. What we're doing is we are functioning together, as we did with the concert that took place. The concert, which some of you were able to attend, pulled from each of those units with staff who were participating to help make that successful. We did the same thing with the New Year's event, and we have recently done the same thing to some degree with the parade that was held, which was highly successful. What we're trying to do is we're trying to make this more formalize it so that we were able to move ahead in the positive direction that we're taking so that we can move the city forward. I expect that as we go forward, we'll continue to adapt and improve on what we're doing. But I think the accountability is there with the separate budgets and with the leadership of Mark Goslin as the head of this restructured department and the team that he has in place with the finance director and Phil and myself who are involved in the overseeing of the operation.
Thank you. Comments? Anything else? Councilor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, the way the resolve is written is talking about a restructuring and not a merging. And I know that when I look at the original budget, it shows everything all into one place, and the master list has everything in one place, and then it separates out various sections of the master list. So I don't think I have too much of a problem being able to find out if the turf arena is making money or if the ice arena is making or losing money. So I don't know that I have a problem with it. However, I was going to ask the question, and I will make an amendment if there's any interest, that it be a 1-year trial period or a 2-year trial period to see, or not to end it, but it has to come back to council for revote to continue. Because it is a huge change. I'm a little nervous about two things. One of them, the budget went up quite significantly. As I pointed out before, we had a reduction in debt service because we took out the lease payments, but then we spent $100,000 more in this new structure based on what I saw, plus more because you look at some savings that got eaten up by that. So I'm a little bit nervous about being able to keep track of expenses, but also I want to make sure that the basic focus, recreation, and the common stuff that everybody knows is recreation doesn't get lost, and that we don't spend a lot of money on sports tourism, but forget about the other stuff, because certainly we want people to come to Auburn, but the major focus has got to be helping and supporting the people of Auburn. And I don't want to get lost in some huge function to try and bring in people from outside and forgetting about what its chief purpose was in the beginning, which was
If I could just give you a point of
so.
clarity that maybe will answer your question versus having an amendment. In this resolve, it does state quarterly review by the city council. Okay, so we have an automatic built-in checks and balance, if you would. And also, at any time, can any two members of the city council bring forth a resolve or an agenda item to disband this and revert back to pre-May or June 1, 2019 organizational structure. That might be able to satisfy what your desire is on having a built-in check and balance without amending this, but I just bring that up, that those are the two types of exercises that the council can go through.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor, sorry. The thing, the one item that I recall we're talking about it in our budget discussions is the fact that certain percentages of salaries were taken out of all of the places. It was not one person in one particular arena getting the salary taken out of that particular arena. And so that's my concern. I don't see it in front of me, so I can't see the salaries of the individuals and see that they're under their particular categories instead of all over the place.
There were changes that have been made as a result of this budget process. As you know, we had a number of questions that came from all of you. And as Councilor Fournier just mentioned, there was a question and a request regarding exactly what you spoke about. We have made that change, an adjustment. We also have done away with the one sheet. They combined the three together so that they're in three separate units. I equate this to something like the Cumberland County Sheriff's Department, which they had separate budgets for patrol, for the jail, and for the Criminal Investigation Division unit. I look at this as three divisions with recreation, Ingersoll Turf Facility, and the arena. So I think we've addressed the questions that you raised. We'll see what happens as we go forward. With the support of the council, we'll be able to track the time that people are spending in each of those areas, and during the quarterly reports, we'll be able to report back on that and the progress that we're making.
Counselor Walker, you had your hand up?
Yes. I have still some doubts about how this is going to work and what way it's going to be put together. And I understand that it's great to have all of these great ideas and how much money and what can we bring to this city and what will make this city greater. If having a recreation department and having a Norway ice arena and having an Ingersoll hasn't made this city go forward and look great, then we're missing something. Because I think that's why we've got a new Norway Savings Bank arena. That was to make the city look better, go farther, and look great. Making this change does not do anything to make the city look any greater. We already have this, and we probably have the greatest ice arena there is in the whole state of Maine. So that isn't going to move anybody forward. What you are going to do with doing this, joining this together, and worrying about what we're going to bring to this city and how much the new director, or whatever you want to call him for title, is going to do for us, we are going to leave the little kids and the poor people in this city behind, as we're already doing with the recreation department that I hear every day of the week, what the cost is for football, what the cost is for softball, what the cost is for basketball, and why is this going like this? The poor people in this city haven't got a raise to take care of the $190 to come and play some sports down there that belong to kids, or $160. They have tripled in price in the last 5 years. That's not your fault. But doing what we're doing now is going to bring these prices to another limit where the poor people will have to have another recreation department start in this city. That's exactly what they're going to have, because we're leaving these people behind. This is not going to do them kids and these people that don't earn money and that live on a low income any good at all, because they won't participate in half these functions unless they're all free. And I heard all of you say, we can't afford to put these on free every time we do a function. So I don't know how you're going to take care of the poor people in this city, and we're leaving them behind every day, and every time we do some great function, a few more get left behind. That is my opinion as a councilor of this city.
Well, just to comment on that, I would be very disappointed if we were not able to have programs that are affordable for people in the community to participate in recreation activities. I think the primary mission of recreation is to try and provide those opportunities. We have multiple programs now, and we need to continue to be able to do that and offer these programs to people in the community, to children that want to participate. So that will remain a priority as we go forward.
Mr. Manager, can I ask one question on this to kind of piggyback on what Councilor Walker just said, because it is important? And maybe Mr. Goslin or someone else knows this. Have we ever denied someone the ability to join a rec program due to their income level being too low?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would you like to answer that, Councilor Gary?
There's been several times people that would like to put their kids in the rec department. They go down to the office or they call and they'll say that all the slots are filled and they can't take any more kids. There's no more scholarships. So then people don't pursue it any further and we get more and more kids sitting on their door stoop or it's just sitting there just get.
Okay, so we have,
Auburn's got
so
a
you
lot of
know,
good
you know
kids.
anecdotally of, do we have a list of anyone, and this is, because this needs to be addressed, this goes a little bit deeper, but it's also part of this, and maybe frankly, it's not part of this exact conversation, but it's a hurdle to supporting this, it should be addressed. And anecdotal information is anecdotal. Do we have numbers? Do we have names, not to be public? Do we have names, numbers? Do we have mechanisms in place that if someone, God forbid, is saying, no, we are out of scholarships, that we can take care and service that deserving child, if that child is deserving, of course? I mean, this is an open-ended question to staff, to council, because we would be remiss if, because of income level, a child was not able to do something. I know from firsthand experience that we've had programs and scholarship programs at certain schools in Auburn for absolutely free activities, namely skiing. Councilor Hayes, I know you're part of that program, that went unused in Auburn because lack of interest. And that was a problem too that we need to maybe separately address. So I'm very curious on that, and that would, to me, would be a priority.
Mr. Mayor, I would just, we got to be a little careful there, because when it comes to the scholarships, for years, we've always used CBDG money for that. And for years, we've always cut it. They wanted 50,000, they got 25. They wanted 40,000, they got 20. So when it came to the recommendations that came before this council for recreational scholarships, that was where the money was coming from. It was always cut. It was never what should have been. We've never, as a city, taken a position, okay, we're going to fund more scholarships out of general fund money. We always relied on CBDG funding for that. And for some reason, I've noticed that year after year, the committee asks for 50, they get 25, or they ask for 30, they get 20.
If I could just respond to that, I mean, my understanding of that situation is kids have not been turned away because of the lack of funding.
CBDG funding.
And on the CDBG funding, Councilor Titus, what you're talking about is, my understanding is that they've used funds that were carried forward from funds that were not utilized, so that there always was adequate funding. Phil, I know this is an area that you oversee. Is there anything you want to add to this?
I would just say that so what they work at doing, is different with the programming that Councilor Gary was talking about. It's different than the summer rec program. And so when we talk about the program, what they'll do is they'll look at what are the scholarships bring in. So say there's 100 slots available for the youth basketball program. They'll find where that breaking point is based on what they charge, and they do look at what's comparable with Lewiston, what are those rates, and then they'll determine how many of those can be scholarship based off from the breaking point of how much comes in through the payments. But what we can do, and I know Sabrina was talking about putting out a survey within the participants to get feedback about the programming. I think she's already done that. We'll find out what that result is, but we can take a look at our programs. We can give you a list of, in your budget, you have how many youth participate in each one of those programs. That was listed in that revenue line item. And we can have that broken down. How many by scholarships? I think that'll be a good report. One thing that Mark and Sabrina have been working on is putting together the business plan that we had spoke about in previous meetings. They are prepared to present that to the city manager and I in the next 2 weeks, and then that's planning on coming to you within, probably by August, that report will come to you. I think that we can really outline all those programs, what are the participants, and I think it's important, like Councilor Walker said, are we turning away any? And if we are, what's the reason? What's that look like? Is it because we only have a certain amount of slots, or is it because we don't have enough scholarship money? The community service department that we have within the city, the committee rather, they do provide scholarship dollars as well. So I think we have other programming partnerships that we could probably look at to bring more scholarships in. Mark has been talking about being able to bundle sponsorships. So if somebody is sponsoring at the arena, if they sponsor a little bit more, they can also have space at Ingersoll, at Rec, and then a portion of that can go towards scholarships as well. So, because we know that a lot of our donors, they would like to make sure that, is there a component there that's actually putting kids into programs? And that'll be a great piece to add on to what we've been doing, that we haven't done in a lot of ways when it comes to our sponsorships.
Could we possibly get some of that data before our next meeting? Because there's a line item in the mayor's and city manager's budget. There's a mayor's coalition, okay? If we truly have kids that we don't have money for scholarships for, let's get rid of the mayor's coalition subscription fee and, you know, and stick that right to scholarships. So I want to make sure that decision could be, or the budget could be amended to reflect that if the need's there. Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Historically, there have been past city managers that took a vested interest in the kids of the city, and they found monies. They said no kid was going to be denied any access to any sports program, whether it was summer rec or football or whatever a kid wanted to get into. They found money one way or another, so all kids were took care of that really needed the money. We had a lot of city managers in the past that were very, I'm not saying that this city manager doesn't care, but I'm saying that we've had some in the past that made sure that every kid or young adult, I mean, you know, still going to school, was able to get what they needed to help them to grow, to nurture them, to help them become a more active participant.
But this is, Mr. Mayor, this is one of the things that I was concerned about when I said, when there are issues with communication, because our city manager may not know of what's going on because he's not getting the information from the grassroots somehow. And this is the thing that's been concerning me, and so we make it a bigger department with more layers, and now it's going to be even harder for those people, that information to get to the right people
But we
to
have
fix
to,
things.
right now, this is anecdotal and not fact-based. We don't, from everything I'm hearing from staff, is there's no knowledge of anybody being turned away.
It's not true, it's not true.
And
We're only hearing
I'm not
from
saying who's right or
staff.
wrong, but we need to know what the data is, okay? Because we can't take potential anecdotal data and take that issue and mushroom it and apply it to everything as a stop measure because of something that can't be yet proven or, you know, disproved. Does that make sense? You know, so, I mean, I agree, we need to find out before the end of the budget.
I just have one question, a point of clarification. Is there a financial limitation in terms of when that threshold is reached and that particular student does not qualify? So that's part of what we need to know as well, because I
I'll give you all the particulars.
remember
on it.
seeing
There is,
something.
yeah, it's a sliding scale.
Okay.
Yeah, just one more reminder. What we've done by bringing these three different departments together into one and restructuring them into three divisions has not changed the number of employees. We're talking about 12 employees. And there's a lot of communication between these folks, and they're talking a lot, and they're working together. So I think you'll see the results in the future. And as Phil said, Mark is working with Sabrina in terms of a business plan and program going forward. So I hope you'll be supportive.
Any other comments on this? Councilor Titus?
Just wanted to make a point, though, on that. Looking at the budget that we were presented originally, there was an 11% increase in salaries with this new department. But there's no increase in employees, you're saying. So it's 11% increase in salaries. We need to look at that. But I had one other question, too, because the total budget we were originally shown for this department was $1.542 million. Actually, the manager's proposed was $1.447 million. I'd like to know what that is right now in the system, because I know there was some fringe benefits that have been taken out. That's $120,000 out of that budget. But my concern was that I counted $53,000 in total savings, plus $507,000 in debt service or lease payments that would no longer be there, but only a $402,000 reduction in the overall department, which to me meant we were spending $153,000 more by restructuring them. Well, that's the increase for the combined department. So what I was just wondering is what, if that fringe benefit of $120,000 is no longer there because it didn't belong there, there must be some document that shows what that actual bottom line number is for this department.
We actually spent a lot of time talking about this during
Yes.
the budget process.
And I haven't seen the number, though, the updated number, so.
Yeah. We talked a lot about this. What we're trying to do is we're trying to have the talent in the team that can work together to be able to have this new restructured department function more effectively. As I said before, the country music show is the first time we've had that kind of venue. It was highly successful. The New Year's Eve event that we had was highly successful. That was an outcome of that, a result of that. The parade, to some degree, also was. So
I think we're just looking for that updated line item without
there.
fringe.
Yeah.
I think to Councilor Titus's question, where is the line item for the removal of the fringe benefit line?
Yeah,
Correct?
right, fringe benefit line
Not
is
the justification,
$120,530.
Yes.
Jill, do you have any thoughts on that or comments on that? I know we've addressed this before, but
Just wanted to see where it was updated, because I was taken out. I understand that it was already included in the fringe benefit general account, so that shouldn't have been here.
It's a double added.
Or if it should be there, I
When
wanna
we
know
had
that too.
discussion about the rec department, and we had everything together, and that was not, nobody liked that idea, so we went back and separated it back out. And we took out, like, there were people with percentages for each department. We took those out, and I'm sure I gave you all those updated forms. And there's a, for the rec department, the rec department ended up at $433,575. I'm trying to, Ingersoll and Norway don't show on the general fund summary because they're not general fund money. But they're part of the, resolve that's on the agenda tonight. So those totals are listed on that resolve that you got in your packet. You know, we did what you asked us to do. We took that money and took those people and put them back into their respective departments along with their fringe benefits.
Okay.
So,
So the reduction of the total, I guess what I'm looking at when we're talking about this department, it was 1.447 million. So a revised number for that should be lower, or is it going to be the same? It's just been put out somewhere else, and it's got to be on the master list for this new.
33,575. The other two are separate budgets, and that shows on the resolve.
There's no more master.
And it's not part of the master list, because the master list is all general fund, tax dollars.
I'm just looking for the recreation combined master list specifically.
We don't have that anymore.
Council, that was removed on your request, so there's
Pardon me?
no longer a master list merging the three departments. On the budget process, it's separated out three different
All
budgets.
completely
So there's
separated.
no more updated master
Okay.
list of those three because it was asked to remove it.
Okay, thank you.
that was the common sheet that had been referred to earlier that has been taken out. So now we just have the separate
Okay.
divisions, budgets.
This fiscal year. Okay.
Did we get the separate sheets back, new sheets?
Did back when I did it, and that was quite a while ago. I mean, it was right after we had that discussion, and we totally understood that the council was not on board with that, and we brought it back to what it was originally, what it's been for the last 5 years. And I did those and passed them out at the next council meeting.
Are there any other comments?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Young.
I'm okay with this new reassignment, or whatever you want to call it. I see that it has aspects of marketing, administration, nurturing, or whatever. I see it as a concept of getting the job done, whereas one person may be very talented in one aspect and another person be, you can't always hire an employee that knows everything. But if you got a team of people that are really good in certain areas, that when they work together, they get the job done. I think that's what we're trying to do here. And I think you need to take a little bit of a trust in your city manager. He's our only employee, and he needs to surround himself with competent people that that make us all look good. And I don't have any fear that we won't know whether the ice arena is making money because it's being accounted for, and the turf facility is accounted for, and I don't really understand what the fear of this is about certain type of marketing and administration type of thing that needs to be done.
Very well.
Can you clarify this?
If you're talking about the conversation that we're having currently right now, I think
Yes.
I can't really clarify anybody else's opinions on why or why not they do or do not support it. They've spoken for themselves, of course. You are correct, I think, when we have one employee. That's the manager. And it's his job to manage the departments. As long as transparency is maintained and the faith in the people is reaffirmed, okay, through the budgetary process, I feel good about almost anything, right? As long as it's done in a transparent, process-driven fashion. That's my opinion, if, to help you with that, answer your question as little as I could. Is there any other clarification or any final thoughts on this before we wrap this up? I think what we have right now is a process, a resolve to, if I could summarize, and Mr. Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, a resolve to consolidate an org chart, not to add people or add costs, but to consolidate an org chart into a new department that has a working title that is yet to be finalized or determined and needs to be. I'm trying to capture everybody's sentiments on this one. There's going to be a quarterly review process. There was a discussion about putting a couple-year cap on it, but the council has carte blanche to eliminate or add any position as they see fit by a vote. So there's where we stand right now. Is there any final thoughts before we bring this to a vote?
I would prefer to see that first of the quarterly be less than a quarter away. I mean, I would like to see it sooner than later to see how things are going early on in our new budget year. July. Okay, July's good, to see how, because at that point, we're going to see what's happening. We'll have data to help us understand how it's going.
July would be the start of the third quarter, correct? It's been a while, okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to see how, because I really think that I would feel more comfortable. I'm not totally against the idea, but I've still got some areas that I have concern, that I'd love to see this resolve have to come before council in 1 year for a reapproval in the next budget cycle. So I'd like to make a motion that we amend this to include a 1-year revote by the council to continue this for the next budget cycle.
I have a motion by Councilor Titus to amend the motion to read. To include, this has to come in front of the council within 1 year of today for a reapproval of the department organization, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second?
I have a second. I have a motion from Councilor Titus and a second from Councilor Lasagna. Is there any comment on that amendment?
I would like to see it a little sooner than a year.
Well, I think the quarterly reviews are good. That's
Right.
one thing. And then, of course, the council, as the mayor said, if they needed to, they could put together a resolve that says we don't like this or whatever. That's something if it's not working before then. But 1 year gives them a full year of restructuring, see how it's going, and then you'll be able to have a full idea through all seasons of what's going on.
Well, I still don't feel like waiting for a whole year. Let's say something really is
You
not.
do have the ability at any council meeting, twice a month, to bring forth a resolve terminating the department.
Right, okay,
That's their ultimate check and balance as a council.
right.
I'm not recommending it,
So-
but I'm not dissuading, but that you could do that.
So prob-
And you also have a quarterly review.
Yeah, the
So
quarterly, so
that's built in. First one in July, then it'll start quarterly thereafter.
just need a system of checks and balances here, and so that would be the way to go then.
So we have
No longer than a year from now.
no longer than 1 year from today, okay? Within 1 year of June 3rd, 2020.
What is gonna be our checks and balances? What are we gonna do? Just look at colors or, how tall they are or what? What is it?
Well, the quarterly, I'm not sure what the idea is in the quarterly. They would think this department has to report quarterly on the progress of what's going on and the finances of this department. I'm talking about, at the end of 1 year, this council has the option to, if it's not working, to change it in 1 year with a resolve.
I would just add, there already have been a lot of discussions with the council in terms of workshops, executive sessions regarding what's going on with with these three divisions, as you know. Mark Goslin has been in front of you, and Sabrina has as well, as has Phil, talking about what's going on. We'll continue to do that. I see this as one of the better opportunities for the city to be able to move forward. I think we've seen the results already, so we'll continue to do that.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to amend, okay, for a review, a formal council review within 1 year of today. Is there any further comment on that amendment to the motion? None being, I'm going to bring this to a vote. All those in favor of Councilor Titus's amendment to the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Opposed? My vote is 6-1. The amendment to the motion carries. Okay, now we have the original motion back on the floor, which is the approval of the resolve, now amended. Is there any last parting comments on this before we bring this to a vote?
I just would like to be ensured that we would have a large amount of specificity to those reports in terms of revenue, expenses, numbers, in terms of, actual, for example, students in the summertime, how many students did we have who were denied, or, who we were not able to accept because we didn't have enough money. Those kinds of things, not just a report saying, well, things went fine and kids had a good time or whatever, but I think if we had some specificity to it, where we have data to look at. Right. And I do know that there's, Phil, I know you know that there's data from before as well. It would be nice to start with that, like the last bunch of data that we have, and then see how, compare that to where we are within that first quarter, how it's going. So that will tell us, is it working, is it not, Sure. Thank
That's
you.
in the resolve. That's not the third paragraph, and it gets pretty specific. It includes
Right.
budgets, too, so we're
Right,
good there.
but I just wanted to make sure that that's in there.
Okay, at this point, I'd like to,
Oh, you've got
someone, oh, I'm sorry,
Thank
Councilor
you.
Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For data purposes, I would like to find out the number of those that were turned away because they missed the deadline, because it was too far ahead, so that people didn't find out till last minute when the deadline was for them to submit their request for the program. Because they had an earlier, I think this year, application process, and I think it's already closed.
If we could, you put those further comments that are off topic but similar in an email and send it out to city staff too, please. That'd be great. That way they can prep before our next meeting on that workshop. Okay, I'm going to ask for a vote at this time. All those in favor of the resolve, amended resolve, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? Abstained? None being, the resolve passes by a vote of 5 to 2. Okay, moving on. Next, we have an order 74-0603-2019, authorizing the finance director to execute the issuance of general obligation bonds and a tax levy. Therefore, this is a first public hearing and first reading. I'll entertain a motion at this time.
So moved.
I got a motion from Councilor Forney. Do I have a second? I have a second from Councilor Titus. Let's open up to the public for public comment. Is there anybody in the public that would like to speak about our capital improvement plan? None being, bring it back to the council. Is there any debate, any questions? And if you could, just everybody at home and here, this is a very important topic. We're on page, well, we're in the agenda here. I don't have it's not giving me a page number. It's on the agenda.
Yeah.
And it's order 75-0603-2019. Gives a description, and it gives a total bond proceeds to be expended. Do I have any comment?
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry,
Mayor?
Counselor.
Just, I guess, a question. I think I was going to have this comment later with respect to the parade, and we saw a couple of fire engines part of that parade, and
We can't reuse that 1933 one I asked.
that's right, I was scared where I saw the oldest one, that maybe that's what we were buying from Lewiston for the $75,000. I said, not a good deal. But I think the manager may have some information, reconsideration with respect to the fire engine that was subject of earlier conversation.
I do. You'll find in the recommendation, I'm looking for it right now.
200,000 in the current fiscal year 20 bond.
There's also the option of being able to purchase a new fire truck, which I think the estimate that we had, Chief, 650,000, does that sound right? Yeah. And the idea was to purchase that and then to be able to purchase a fire truck that we could utilize for the next year, because it could probably take a year before we would get the new fire truck. Is that right?
Needs to be built.
Yeah.
Counselor Hayes?
Well, I guess I'm still, are you,
I think certainly getting the new fire truck is a reasonable approach, given the situation, but also purchasing another fire truck for $75,000, not the one you saw in the parade or the ones in the parade, but so that we can be able to, go ahead, Chief, you want to come up and
Yeah.
give your thoughts on this?
There's a whole spreadsheet last council meeting of the different options, option 1 and option 2.
So the recommended proposed option by the city manager, if you would be to afford us the opportunity to make our, what was previously planned as our 2021 fiscal year purchases, with the addition of some money to buy a used engine. We're certainly working down the path of buying a used engine that's been on loan to us from Lewiston for a period of time, to buy that as a stopgap. The bid spec and turnaround time on an engine, if we could place the order today, would be 10 to 12 months anyway, before we could see that a new truck in service. So this stopgap approach, if you will, allows us to get a used engine and meet our needs, because again, without that reserve piece, we're really at a disadvantage. Lewiston certainly is looking to sell that truck, and if it goes elsewhere from us, then we don't have the reserve piece that we need. So that would allow us to maintain that as a reserve piece, and you'd look for us to be able to make the approach toward buying a new engine in the coming fiscal year. And in doing so, I think that reserve piece would maintain most of its market value to be sold again. That piece we bought from Lewiston to be sold again a few years from now, or put toward trade.
Counselor Hayes?
so that's option 1. What's option 2?
Well, my original proposed capital plan was what had been in the 5-year capital plan previously, which would have been buy a new engine for $650,000 this year.
That summarizes both plans, left to right. Counselor, I'm sorry, Counselor Hayes is still on. Yeah.
Well, I'll let further discussion going, now knowing that there's been no change suggested in the CIP at this point. I'll wait for the rest of the discussion, but may come back and offer an amendment
Very good. Counselor Lozani?
later.
Thank you, Chief. If we decided today to purchase a new truck, you would think of still purchasing the Lewiston truck and then selling that once we had the new truck?
I think either way, we have a gap we need to fill in the immediate future of the next 12 months, because the build time would be that. I think that, but I think that it's, if you will, those funds should be able to be recouped. If we were to buy that used engine, we could still recoup that purchase, whether it be through trade-in or sale of that truck. It's really, it won't be put in front line, but it just needs to be a parachute there for us. From when we have to put trucks out for maintenance, we still need to keep a truck in service.
Have we talked on that, I'm sorry, on that same note, though, have we talked about having a joint reserve vehicle? It almost seems like we're operating a joint reserve vehicle now. This is Lewiston's vehicle, but we're using it because we're in need. Has there ever been a supply pool, if you would, of one truck or some equipment?
Even when we're appropriately staffed with reserves, there have been times in which you know, there's multiple failures, and we've had trucks that sat in Lewiston for a period of time, and Lewiston has had trucks that stepped.
So you have a mutual cooperation agreement,
We
let's
do.
say,
We've
whether it be formal
cooperated
or
well
informal?
over the years, and they've been very gracious in their ability to share this one for a period of time. But they're buying a new truck, or in the process of buying a new truck now. It is an addition. Now, you know, they're adding to their fleet if they don't move this one out. And so you certainly can respect their want to not have it in their inventory. And
move it
again,
along.
they've been gracious to entertain us being able to pick it up.
I would say there is a secondary conversation, if I could, you know, with the council here and Lewiston. It might be a very good topic of a joint council meeting. When we're talking about reserve equipment and that cooperation, and maybe there's a point where instead of buying this, you know, if anyone from Lewiston's listening, it's worth nothing anyways, so don't get your hopes up. That's negotiating 101. That we put money towards maintenance of a jointly shared reserve vehicle or two, instead of going out and buying theirs or some other municipalities. I think there's some share use that can go, and like you're doing now, but maybe a little formalized, or something for the benefit of both municipalities. But we do have the option right now of making an amendment, because currently, just to remind everybody, the CIP has $200,000 set aside for a new fire engine, or your alternate plan, Chief?
Would be the alternate plan.
The alternate plan versus a new fire engine. So that's where she stands right now in the CIP. Councilor Zahn, you had something?
So, and $650,000 is a pretty firm price for a brand-new fire truck.
That number came from the project price from our most recent purchase. So we have not gone out to bid for a truck at this point. It would be premature to do that. But I think that's certainly a budget that we can hit, and we would certainly do the best we can by, you know, diversifying our vendor pool and trying to be aggressive in the bid process.
Okay.
If there were to be a $100,000 cut on that, what would that not get you for a new fire vehicle? What would be missing? I know it's like a car, you know, it can have all the bells and whistles and sometimes not. So what would that not get for you in a new truck?
If I had to start to withdraw things that we typically would equip a fire engine with from the total package of what we previously purchased, the two items, I mean, there's just some basic physical stuff you always have to have. The items that I would start to pare back would be the foam system, which provides firefighting foams to fires rather than just water. And particularly if you're fighting fires with petroleum-based products, you have to fight those with a foam suppressant rather than just water. So that's one system, and the second would be an onboard generator system, which provides scene lights for nighttime fires and those types of things, or to run power fans and power equipment that we need. Those are both pretty impactful to our operation, but would be, you can't cut out a pump, you still got to pump water, you still got to provide water, you still got to get the engine down the road, you still got to have hose, you still got to do those things.
The generator that supplies lighting, have you been using that all along?
Yeah, those are we have a generator on our trucks now, yeah.
Thank you.
Is there any other comments or a motion to amend the CIP based upon this discussion?
I make a motion to amend the CIP to include the cost of a new fire truck,
At
$650,000.
Thank you. I have a motion from Councilor Zania to amend the CIP to increase the current funding proposed by the manager of $200,000 to $650,000 for the purpose of purchasing a new fire truck.
For point of clarification, Mr. Mayor, did you mean additional to? Because there's some other items in that 200,000. There's the used fire truck, but then there's some other items that he was going to do. Are you saying in lieu of?
I've got apparatus replacement reserve truck fiscal year 200,000.
But that's not what that is. That 200,000 is not for.
So the $200,000 alternate plan included a cost to buy the used engine, and then trying to purchase the things that would have otherwise been in the fiscal year 21 capital plan, which were some small vehicle replacements that we would anticipate doing next year. It was a shift. Again, so if we did an engine this year, we would refer back and still do those FY21 things in FY21.
So we'd be replacing the 2,000.
I have a total of $675,000, which will include $650,000 for the fire engine and $25,000 for exhaust management.
That was my original capital request,
That's
yes.
in a different place.
But that went to the 25,000.
That's in the budget, but it's in a different place. It's not in the bond.
25,000.
It's not in the bond.
Okay, so
So it would be $650,000.
total,
650.
not additional, but total. for that line. Okay, very good then, thank you. Councilor Lasagna, is that what your intent was?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilor Lasagna to increase the line item for fire apparatus replacement from its current $200,000 to a total of $650,000. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Councilor Hayes. Discussion, debate within the council. Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would support it if we switch monies from other accounts in the CIP, in other words, take them out to replace the money that we're trying to shift around for this.
You're more than welcome to make any motion to amend the CIP.
So currently, I cannot support this as much as I want to support the fire department.
Okay, is there any other comments, questions? Councilor Hayes, you had your hand up?
Well, I guess I support this approach. I think, again, safety comes first. I think I'll agree with that there probably should be some further amendments, maybe not now, but I think we will have some other cost cuts in the CIP that could be shifted to support this. Again, safety comes first. I think the idea that we spend $75,000 for a temporary vehicle, which probably we could get the money back, but at the same time, it's, to me, just to put out $75,000 when we know we're going to have to order the truck anyway. And I guess I still have a concern if we don't get into the buying mode now and develop the specs and go out to bid, we're still maybe more than a year behind. So, no, for that reason, again, I support that we put it in the budget this year.
Very good. Any other councilor comment, question on this? Anything? No? Okay. I'm going to bring this to a vote then. By show of hands, all those in favor of supporting Councilor Lasagna's amendment to the motion with regards to the purchasing a fire truck in fiscal year 20 within the CIP, please raise your hand. That's 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. The amendment to the motion fails by a vote of 4-3. Okay. Moving along.
Mayor, I have an amendment.
Just a minute, please.
Councilor Walker?
I'd like to make a resolve that we give him $550,000 to go out and try to find the truck that he needs. And if it is impossible, he can come back later to us. We can amend and put $100,000 in it, or $50,000, whatever it may be. But I would like to make an amendment to the resolve that we give him $550,000 to buy a new truck.
Second.
I have a motion from, just so I can repeat it, I want to make sure I get it right for the record, but no, I'll take your second in a second. But I have a motion from Councilor Walker to amend the motion, granting or authorizing the current fiscal year 20 CIP for a total amount of $550,000 for a new fire apparatus vehicle, with a provision that if more is needed past the RFP process, they can come back and ask for that. It will be taken up at a secondary date. So I have a motion to amend. I have a second from Councilor Fournier. Any discussion?
I think I appreciate what Councilor Walker is suggesting, but I do feel that they would go out and get us the best price no matter what without us giving them a limit on this, that we need to trust that they will go out and do the best job they can, and to not sort of tie their hands and have them try and make a decision, do we get a generator, do we have foam suppression or not?
Any other comment? No more, Councilor Hayes? I can tell now when you lean forward, you're about ready to speak. It's a preemptive calling on.
I'm going to support this amendment only because I think we do need to move ahead, and if we need to come back and add something to it, so be it, but I think we need to put this fire engine into this budget.
On that note, just Chief, out of curiosity, what's the normal RFP process for a new engine? How long does that take?
We've already started to review previous specs. Would probably be 2 to 3 months for the RFP process, and the best I know, a build is about 10 to 12 months, depending on which vendor we go with and what their current load is.
What's the normal down payment required to secure the order? Roughly?
Oftentimes 30% or more.
30% with the balance due upon receipt? Or a little bit
Yeah,
in
they
stages
often do
implemented?
significant discount for purchase upon order, payment upon order as well. So again, we have not gone to vendors to try to solicit what those payment terms would be, because it would be premature not kind of knowing what approvals were.
So there's two things to consider, obviously. It's a cost of money, cost of borrowing money and holding onto that money, because interest would accrue in a normal financial situation. Jill, please correct me if I'm wrong in the municipal side of things. Second is a cash discount or a prepaid discount, if there is one, out there. So I think it's weighing really the cost of capital, opportunity costs, and so forth.
Yeah, our challenge
Should be
is
a
whether
factor.
or not, I think as Jill has explained it to me, and please step in, we're not actually going to bond the money until those payment terms come due anyway, so we won't be paying interest for all of it right from the start upon approval. Is that correct?
We will bond in October, November, or mostly October. The payments will have an interest payment only in the spring on this bond. And then the principal payment will be in the fall of 2021.
2020.
Or 20, what, no,
Yeah.
wait a minute,
All of 2020.
2020. For the FY
But
21
you'll
budget.
pay interest on the money that we bond in October, and we'll hold it. We'll hold that money in escrow account, your unallocated bond account, until it's ready to be given to the vendor.
It'll be in a line item,
Yeah,
yes,
okay.
for that.
So I guess the challenge would be, without bonding it, can you place the order with,
I think it really it's the delta, or the difference between the current amendment at 550,000 and the actual price. And how would that gap be made up from a procedural standpoint? Because 10 to 12 months from now, whole process, you're looking at that truck being ready to be paid for and delivered prior to next budget cycle, where we could allocate another, let's say $50,000 was a shortfall. So that's what I'm just thinking on that note. Will the timing work? Obviously, we're trying to save money. It's important. But are we preventing us from saving more money or adding work to us? And I'm just running through the timeline. If it was a 14 or 16 month build, well, then everything works perfectly. But it's a tight 10 to 12, considering our fiscal year. If you have any clarity on that one, or if I'm off base, that's just something to think about with regards to scheduling and timing. No?
We
Okay.
have a fund balance that can help us out if we run into something that's, so necessary that we have to have that money in a snap of a finger. That's what it's there for, and we can use it if we need to.
Okay, very good. So we have an amendment to the motion to increase the line item for $200,000 to $550,000 for new fire apparatus. Is there any other comment or debate on this? None being, I'm going to bring it to a vote by show of hands. All those in support of the amendment to the motion? Opposed? Abstained? None being, the amendment to the motion passes by a vote of 6 to 1. Thank you, Chief.
thank you.
That's one down. Very good. We're on and still within the motion for capital improvement funds. Is there any other amendments or conversation before we take a vote?
I'd like to make another resolve, if I could, please. You have the purchase of a new stage for $180,000. I'd like to cut that by 130, giving you 50 to either buy a new stage or use it as rental or whatever, some kind of agreement.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilor Walker for the stage which falls under NSB Arena line item at $180,000 original price. The amendment would cut that price to 30.
You had 30 down, Mr.
I'm
Counselor.
sorry, but it's
No,
it's
50.
50.
He's making an amendment for $50,000 to be
Yes.
used towards rental or purchase of the stage for fiscal year 20. Do I have a second?
second?
Okay, do we have any comment?
Mr. Mayor, I appreciate wanting to save money on the CIP. I just looked at this at 7 events that we have anyway, that we we rent stages for right now. So we can put this money towards rental, but in 10 years' time, we'll spend $500,000 on rental fees if we keep doing that year after year. And here we're talking about bonding $180,000. It'll cost us about $26,000 a year for debt service. So that's about $250,000, $60,000 a year at the end of the 10-year term. I think saving 50% is a more equitable thing. Now, if we decide we don't want to have the events and don't even rent the stages, that's a different story. But if we're asking to put money into the budget for $50,000 a year, times 10 years is $500,000. And that
not-
pays for stage 10 times over.
That's not the plan, sir. The plan is to try out the 1 year to see how this 1 year all turns out. Will all these need this stage? Will half of these actually need this stage? I think we really need to see the facts for 1 year before we determine that we're gonna pay $180,000 for a stage.
Well, I think we did get from the rec department what we used last year. Then it was something like $43,000 we spent in rental fees last year alone.
If I could, I did a spreadsheet on this, just looking at the initial spreadsheets that Mark Goslin did. And I wanted to apply some other variables, i.e. labor rates, as well as really what sponsorships, based upon my experience, asking and begging people for money for the past year around the city, what you could theoretically get based upon the events. And I cut the events down by about a little bit more than half of what were initially on that, just to kind of give us a worst case, very basic return on investment. If you look, current stage rentals, the amortized cost of the bond at around $18,000 a year, plus or minus. Sponsorship bringing in on a per event, as you can see, certain events bring in more on sponsorship than others based upon the audience and the reach and the demographics. Modified costs and labor based upon our experience with New Year's Eve Auburn, specifically watching that setup, number of people, the actual blended cost, including benefits all in for Parks and Rec, or excuse me, the sports tourism or event stuff, yet to be determined name. Looking at all that, and when you factor in what it would cost to rent for each one of these, again, if each one of these happened, and I can tell you the vast majority of these are happening annually, you're looking at about a savings after you pay for the bond payments, either savings or making, if you would, additional profit, depending on where it's coming from, which event, of around $44,000. I'm not going to argue pro or against this. I just like to, at certain points, just throw some numbers out there that are well thought out, I think, based upon fact, and let you all decide on that. Yes, can it be picked apart? It is not my MBA thesis. I'm not taking this to Harvard Business School, but I think it's a simplistic version or a takeaway from what was already done by staff, just to help that thought process go through. So I'll leave that there for you to look at. Councilor Hayes?
I guess just a couple of questions. When we rent, who sets up the stage?
They do.
They do.
The rental company does. And
They
that's
set it
inclusive
up.
of that 7,000
Okay.
in rental.
So they set it up. And has the stage setup that we have done in the past, have they been all the same, or has the stage been different for different events?
Ask Mark Goslin to come down to add some clarity if he could.
The stages have been in different, as needed for the size of the event. So maybe some stages have been a little smaller just because of costs and setup and where it was being set up. New Year's was a stage that, the appropriate size stage that we're looking at for the majority of these events that will allow our vendors or our users to utilize it appropriately. I actually spoke to a high school today. I'm not going to say the high school's name. I had a meeting with their principal, and the first thing they asked me when I asked about bringing the graduation to Norway Savings Bank Arena, the first thing they asked me, did we have a stage to do it? Because that's some of the things that they run into trying to run graduations on their premise, and they actually have to go to Augusta because they have the infrastructure to do that.
Okay. So you've told me different stages, different events.
Right.
Rental company sets up the stage, therefore they take care of all maintenance.
Correct.
What was the third thing that, anyway, I'll come back, but I
Okay.
guess just those two items alone, I'm always fearful that we get ourselves into maintenance, and we have not been good at really providing adequate monies for maintaining things. So, and it's labor that we don't have to then fund if the rental company's actually setting up.
Correct, but we will have a properly trained staff, just like we have a properly trained staff to lay down our new floor. That's our new floor incurs staff, and we have to train that staff in order to do it down properly. We're going to be maintaining that floor. This would be another piece of equipment that we would have a properly trained staff to do, keep it well maintained, and it's going to be stored in its trailer because it is portable and parked. So there's, there is staff that need to put it together, but we will have a properly trained staff to do so because the company will provide that training.
One thing we could think about, I'm not sure if we looked at this, but if it doesn't work out for it, we could probably sell it for pretty low depreciation, actually. I'm not sure we can make a profit on selling it, but I think we could recoup loss. Councilor Titus?
Mr. Mayor, I think that, there's a lot of supposition here, whether we can rent it out, how many times we're going to use it. And I'm a very fiscal conservative, so when I say this is a good idea, I hope people will realize that I've looked at the most basic things and taken the worst-case scenario that we only use it 4 times, 5 times a year, like we generally do. Rent. Even at that rate, that's 35 grand a year in rental fees that we're saving, and we're only paying 25, well, you said it was 18,000, but it really is 25,000 with debt service. You got to pay it back, so you put interest in debt service. We're still saving, even if we don't do any more than we are right now, we're saving 10 grand a year in overall expenses. If we get these other events and want to promote, like the Dempsey Challenge, that we haven't generally, or the Balloon Fest, we haven't really participated much in those events. We let Lewiston have it all. Maybe we want to have more on our side. Well, we'd rent a stage for that. But even at the basics, we are at least saving 10 grand a year. Now, if there's some extra costs, you're not planning on hiring any more people to do this. It's our own staff.
Correct.
And as long as we're careful on the overtime, and if
Correct.
you can show us that, yeah, this stage broke even because we had to use overtime to set it up on a weekend or whatever. But my point is that I think that on the very grassroots, it breaks even at best and makes a few $1,000s. At the most, it can make us a lot more. And if you throw in rental, which we don't know what it is, but what if it is $5,000 a year or $10,000 a year in rental and sponsorships to other people? I just don't see why this is a bad thing. It shows a guaranteed, at least, return on our investment for our current expenses, and a good potential to make a lot more. So yeah, we can suppose it is 40,000, 50,000 a year. It could be as much as 40,000 a year. That's 400,000 in 10 years, against the debt service, which is about 256,000 when you add all the interest in. So we're still saving 100,000 over 10 years. I don't so see the debate.
I just got a text from my wife saying the dog and the cat were playing together. So will wonders never cease. So that was one comment. Any other comments on this?
I would like to just state that where we already have the Recreation Department, we approved that, and we've given it quarterly reviews within a year's time. I'm in favor of waiting that year to see how things have gone, and maybe, yes, maybe we will have sort of wasted a certain amount of money, but it's not huge. At this point, all of these that are written here do not require a large stage, not all of them, but some of them. So I would like to see proof that this is going to be successful, and you would have had to use it a certain number of times, and then at the end of the year, then make that decision at that time for the stage that, of all stages that you need. And I know the LA Harley-Davidson would like to have a stage with ramps, that kind of thing. So I would like to just be sure that this is, the expense is worth it. So waiting a year and having our quarterly reviews and seeing how this goes.
Councilor Walker, I'm going to give you the courtesy of closing statement on this because this is your amendment to the motion. Do you have anything further to add?
Yeah, I'll just add that $180,000 buys one heck of a nice stage. And I really don't think that right now that's a need. It's a great want, it's a nice stage, but if we're only going to have 4 to 5 people playing on that stage at a time and one drummer behind the 4 or 5, we do not need to purchase a $180,000 stage. I think they should have brought some other offers in front of us. They should have showed us some other, something else to look at other than just wanting one thing and one thing only. I can't vote in favor of that.
Okay. I'd like to bring this to a vote now. All those in favor of supporting the amendment to the motion by Counselor Walker to adjust the
Mr.
line
Mayor,
item in
I've
the CIP?
had my hand up.
I'm sorry, yeah, but we ended, we're moving along. I think at this point, the mayor, Counselor, give 10 seconds. I wanted to give the luxury of the closing statement to Counselor Walker. It was his amendment.
Right, but I also co-signed
quickly.
on it.
Very quickly, please.
Okay. The thing of it is, up to date, we've always had a smaller stage. One size, I don't think, is going to fit all. I don't want to get locked into a huge stage, which, like, it was a great concert we had up at the Norway Savings for the Country Western. But up until then, we didn't have a big stage. What I'm afraid of is we're going to get locked into this huge stage, and then we're going to have to rent smaller stages for these other events. I'd rather keep a smaller stage that we can use, because I don't think a huge stage is going to be small enough for a Main State Parade to go by it, if we, depending on where we put it, or different other events. I don't think that stage that he wants, for the, like that we had at the Norway Savings, is appropriate for all the events.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to bring this to a vote now. All those in favor of supporting Counselor Walker's amendment to the motion on the CIP, allocating $50,000 towards rental or purchase of a new stage for fiscal year 20. Again, support, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All those opposed? 2. The motion passes by a vote of 5-2. Next, is there anything else on any other discussion on the CIP?
I also have a resolve there for the strategic plan in place. I would like to cut another $100,000 from that budget.
I'll second it.
Hold on. 1 second, please. Just point of clarification. We do not have a strategic, we don't have a line item in the current CIP for strategic plan implementations.
Talking about Great Falls redevelopment?
Great Falls redevelopment, Counselor?
Yeah.
That's on page 7.
Okay.
The-
Currently, the Great Falls redevelopment plan is at $200,000 for fiscal year 20 in CIP. Can you please make the motion again, just so we have it for the record, Counselor Walker?
My motion is to cut $100,000 from that plan for the Great Falls.
So if I could paraphrase, I have a motion from Counselor Walker to allocate $100,000 versus $200,000 to the Great Falls redevelopment plan.
Second.
A motion from Counselor Walker, and a second from Counselor Fournier. Discussion. Counselor Lasagna.
I just want to be clear that when we had some discussion previously about the Great Falls Development Plan, it was based on having money in reserve to be able to be ready when something came before us. But we don't have anything before us right now. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comment? Question? Counselor Hayes?
Again, I'm in support of this amendment as well. I think that we've got to have something more specific. I think that we do have an idea now, and there are some things that are coming up, but I think 100,000 at this point shows our interest, our intent, and that we are moving ahead, but without something more definitive, I'm not at this point willing to put borrowing 200,000 without more definition.
Volley and serve, isn't that the tennis term? The ball's on your court or something? Fair enough. I'm going to bring this to an end here, ask for a vote. All those in favor of Counselor Walker's motion to amend the strategic planning or Great Falls redevelopment fund to 100,000 versus 200,000, please raise your hand. Opposed? Carries by a vote of 6-1. Is there anything else that we can address right now in the CIP? If not, we'll be moving on to a final vote.
No, I still have a couple more for you, please. Resolve, I would like to cut $10,000 from the $60,000 for the Union Street Park at Chestnut Street Field. And my reasoning for that is I believe, and I could be wrong, but that we had put some money into this area, and I don't believe we've spent all the area at Chestnut Street at this point. And before I would give them the whole 60,000. I would want to see what we've done and what we haven't done and how much money we have left.
So I have a motion from Councilor Walker to cut the line item for recreation for Union Street Park, Chestnut Field from $60,000 to $50,000 for fiscal year 20. Do I have a second?
It's $10,000.
Yes.
Cut 10,000, yeah, from 60 to 50,000.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, from 60
I
to
s-
50,000 total, that's fine.
second that.
No, hey, it takes a village here.
Thanks, that's right.
Okay. I have a second from Councilor Fournier. Discussion? None being?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I was just wondering, because Council Walker was saying he wasn't sure what had been done and what hadn't been done, and that's why he wanted to cut 10,000. So it sounds like it's more of a symbolic cut and not against the project altogether. Can somebody, enlighten us on that area? And I don't think that had anything to do with the money that was taken from that area for the senior center, was it? That was a different part of Chestnut Street, right? Right. So what was the situation with what's going on there?
Phil, I don't know if you or Mark wants to speak to what we're intending to do with this funding on the CIP.
I don't think I have anything more to add than what's on the sheet, what's been outlined, but I think that, Council Walker is looking for a previous budget. There was work that was done there, and I think we can provide what's been done, what's been spent currently, and give you that information in the future, maybe before the next meeting.
Okay, is there any other comments? None being, I'm going to bring this amendment to a vote. All those in favor of cutting Union Street Park and Chestnut Field to $50,000 for fiscal year 20 CIP, please raise your hand. 3, 4, opposed? Amendment to the motion passes by a vote of 4-3. Okay, is there anything else?
A few more.
Yep, I'd like to resolve for number 46 on my page, and it's a cut of $10,000 from the rebranding that they want to spend $15,000 on.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilor Walker and a second from Councilor Fournier to decrease the rebranding for the Recreation Department. I'm just looking for it on my list here. From $15,000 to $5,000. Is this under recreation?
That's under the next
This is for
item, that's
reallocation.
under unallocated bonds.
Okay, so that, we're gonna strike that amendment to that motion because it's under the wrong resolve number.
Okay.
Okay?
That's under the reallocation.
It's under reallocation,
So that's not
just
bonding,
put
that's money that's already been bonded, and we're just gonna,
Okay.
reallocate. So let's push that aside a little bit if we could.
Yep.
Is there anything else with regards to the CIP?
Resolve to cut a mower the Public Works wants to buy for $33,000. Cut it.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilor Walker to cut from the CIP $33,000 for a side slope mower. This shows up under Public Works, $33,000 slope mower. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, do we have any conversation? This is before we, a little pet project of mine over the weekend when it rained. This is the worst looking profit and loss or ROI model on the face of the planet. It's embarrassing. Don't show it to an econ professor. But thankfully on this, it didn't need to get too complicated. I asked some questions of Dan Goyette, the director, of why a slope side mower is needed versus the current zero-turn mowers and apparatus that the city has. Currently, and what I did is I took those numbers and I asked some labor rates. I took those numbers in frequency and plugged them into the spreadsheet. And I'll kind of just go along the top line for anybody in the audience. Basically, current labor rate at $35 an hour, all in. Labor hours at 48 hours, it's 3 people for 2 days to weed whack. And I just used one example, one project, Washington Avenue, gateway to our city. And that popped into my head because it's been coming up frequently as a complaint, our gateway beautification, what people see when they come into Auburn. So I thought it was a good example. So $35 an hour at 48 hours, 3 people, 2 full days. Costs around $1,680 per mow job. We do approximately 3 to 4 mow jobs per season, so a frequency of 7 annually comes up to $11,760 annually we spent to weed whack by hand the grass slopes. And Okay, thank you, Dan, and flail mowing. So, but the hours and the time and that's all correct, okay. So methodology is slightly different. So 11,760, I did throw these numbers past Mr. Goyetu for some verification. With the Ventrac or the slope side mower, labor rate's the same. It cuts the time of doing the job to 8 hours versus 48 for a total cost of $280. Frequency annually of $1,960. I extrapolated that out over the 15-year lifespan of the mower. I did not include any type of preventive or other types of maintenance to that mower because that's way beyond my skill range, but you can kind of, figure out that it's going to be $1,000 to $2,000 annually, Still, after you look at the equipment costs, and I didn't factor in expense rates on bonds, you're looking at a modified gross, modified because no maintenance nor interest is factored in, for around $114,000 over the course of 15 years. That's a pretty significant ROI in the business world. That's application of efficiency. And what we can't really factor in are those additional 40 hours of non-work going to be sitting in the coffee shop over at PW, drinking coffee and talking about Oprah? Probably not. Hopefully they're filling potholes or doing other stuff on the work list for the city, but that's not my job. So I just wanted to put that out there. Frankly, this was fun for me to do because it was a return on investment analysis, which if we're making smart capital decisions, it's about expending to the greatest possible return on investment for the taxpayers. The unquantifiable is the beautification of our city's gateways. What can we do with the extra hours applied to something else? You could walk into health and safety on tick control. I don't know if that might be a stretch. So again, I'm advocating for it. Obviously, I did it, but I wasn't until I did it. When I did it, it became clear. Even if I'm off by 10% or 15 or 20%, it's a value add. So I leave that for you to discuss. Any other discussion on this? And even if you don't like me, you can't argue with math.
So currently, we do have a mower for slopes.
Dan,
And Dan, can you tell me, please, how long it takes to cover everything that you need with that one mower that you have already?
We currently don't have a slope mower.
Oh, I thought
We
I thought I
have
saw
a flail mowers, which is what you see is our sidewalk tractors.
Big round
It's-
one underneath.
Nope, that's not a slope mower.
I saw something at,
Zero turns.
The zero turns,
Yeah.
yeah, those can't do the slopes. Those
Okay.
slide down the hill. This is a specific machine that's designed to mow slopes, and the beauty of it, it has a front mower that allows us to mow with traffic on Washington Avenue. The reason Mayor Levesque did the ROI on Washington Avenue is currently we have to set up road closures to
Yeah.
mow because we don't have the proper equipment, or we try to rent one. If Lewiston's is available, we try to rent that because we have to close an entire lane of Washington Street because we actually mow against traffic. We also try to borrow DOT's crash truck when we do that. So it's quite an operation to mow Washington Street. This would allow us to put out street signs.
challenge.
What happens with the supervisor would go out, set up street signs, and the guy can just mow all day. He doesn't need anybody else there, pick up cones, move signs. So it's very efficient. And this mower is designed so that it can mow slopes. So if you notice the overpass on Mount Auburn Avenue to go to Lewiston over the Vets Bridge, all those slopes aren't cut currently. In addition, if you go to Pettingill Park behind the baseball field, that slope, those all currently have to be, if we have time, and typically it's summer help if we have summer help, which if anybody's looking for a summer job, we're 18 years plus, summer help, apply please. We send those people out to weed whack those slopes, and we only get it done 2-3 times a year, just because we don't have the staff to do it. This mower can actually mow those slopes without having to be out there weed whacking.
It'll mow it by itself.
Yeah, and then in addition, this mower actually has an attachment that can be used for an infield groomer. Currently, we have an infield groomer, which we do all our ball field prep for every day. So in the event that machine ever dies or it needs to be replaced, we could buy the groomer attachment to go on the front of this.
Thank you.
Would you explain how much of Washington Street you cut?
Oh, Scott, we do all the way to the, DOT doesn't cut their section, so we actually cut it for them.
Yeah, so we mow all the way from.
We all the way to the exit.
Ness Oil all the way out to the turnpike.
How often do you do that?
Usually spring and fall, we try to do it twice a year. And if we had the option to have this mower, we could probably do it a third time.
Yeah, we do it, it's 3 times a season, is what we try to do. We at least get out there twice. With the amount of trash and everything, it becomes quite an operation if we don't get out there as often as we'd like. Because it's such an operation, we need the individuals, we have 2 supervisors on site during the whole thing. It's a process.
Just to back up a little bit,
Yep.
you say that the state does not mow.
No,
Why?
they don't have the manpower to. So they say if you want to mow it, great. If you don't, great.
It doesn't seem right that we would have to be doing their work.
Doesn't seem right that they're not fully funding municipal rev share.
I have another question for you. He's got labor rate 35 what? Is that hours, dollars?
$35, that includes his hourly wage plus fringe benefits.
Labor hours 48, is that 1 time mowing, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times?
That's all the staff use to mow at one time.
Okay. Who
So it's-
mowed it today?
Who mowed Washington Street today?
Yes.
Unless we mowed the section by Ness, if that's what you're talking about, we did that with 0 turns.
That section you can do by 0
It's right
turns. yeah.
after that where we start to mow with this one that we're asking for.
Next to the turnpike.
So you would mow the rest of the turnpike or Washington Street with a slope mower?
Yes. It has what do they call it? Rough cut mower on the front is essentially what it is. It's not a finished mower.
So, and I know you've attempted to go out to get someone to bid on doing either the slopes that go across the bridge up
They don't
here.
include the slopes. The person who mows that doesn't, the work, we don't bid out the slopes because we know we can afford it, so. What you see mowed today is what gets mowed.
So you're saying this mower is gonna mow them slopes there as well as the Washington Street slopes and the Pettingill slope?
That's what it would be used for, yes. That's what it's designed for.
And of those, we only own the Pettingill slopes, correct?
No, we also are charged with maintaining the slopes by the overpass.
By the overpass, okay.
Mount Auburn,
Yep, Mount Auburn.
or the mall, okay, the overpass. I guess it's the only overpass we have. Any other comments? Councilor Walker, it's your
I won't
amendment.
support this, I'll tell you the reason why. When they put things in our budget, just like they've put the mower in, there has been no real facts. This here is probably the closest thing to a fact that we have, and this is far off. There's no way that you need to take that mower down there for 48 hours. Or
It's-
3 men with it for 48 hours, because you're gonna mow one big slope and then 2 little valley slopes, because the state is too damn lazy to do it themselves. Buying these kind of things to do other people's work is not where we should be going, and if that is where you're gonna go with it, we should know ahead of time, not have to pry this out of you. Thank you.
I have not received a single question with regards to this other than what the mayor provided. I would have provided any information.
Provide it as you request equipment. We should know the whole reason why you need a piece of equipment like this. And what is it gonna take the place of? Nothing? So
No.
the other pieces sit, so you can
No.
have another man run this piece of equipment. Them are the kind of things that you should provide. I know the manager doesn't wanna ask you to do that because you know
Well,
everything.
Let's keep it down to the numbers here, if we could, please. Thank you very much, Councilor Walker. If there's no other comment on this, I'd like to bring this to a close and bring this to a vote. We do have an amendment to the motion on the floor right now, brought forth by Councilor Walker, to eliminate thank you very much, gentlemen, eliminate the slope mower from the fiscal year 20 CIP for a total of $33,000. All those in favor of removing the slope mower from the CIP, please raise your hand. All those opposed to removing it? Okay, the slope mower remains. The amendment was defeated by a vote of 5-2. Next, anything else? Any other amendments to the motion?
Motion that we cut $25,000 from the fitness room at the Hasty Community Center.
Second.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, give me 1 second, my pause here as I try to find that on the current CIP.
48, if,
Page 48.
That's on the other one, that's on unallocated.
That's unallocated, isn't it? That's why I couldn't find it. I'm sorry, should we put that on hold to unallocated, please? And just for point of reference, we're using the most recent updated CIP that's on the agenda that was posted online. So that's what I have up right now versus the original. Okay. Is there any other amendments to the CIP?
I'd like to ask a question about the 25,000 we have. Why would we take $25,000 out of the unallocated when it's a CIP project?
Yeah, I think we can, if we could please put that on hold, we should talk about that, but if we could talk about that under the specific resolve for unallocated funds versus the CIP request.
Okay, I was informed that the scissor lift was already removed. Is that true?
Correct. And just for everybody's reference point, we'll be borrowing the school scissor lift for activities that we need within the city. We'll try that out for a while.
Yeah, thank you.
My next resolve is Public Works Department cut $440,000 for the dump trucks that they want to tri-axles.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Councilor Walker to amend the CIP to decrease or to eliminate the $440,000 allocated for one 7-yard plow truck and one 12-yard plow truck. The 7-yard plow truck is listed at $208,000, and the 12-yard plow truck is listed at $232,000. Total of 2 trucks, $440,000 total. I have a second from Councilor Fournier. Discussion?
Can you just repeat what you just said? I'm sorry.
Yes. Motion from Councilor Walker to eliminate $440,000 from the CIP, which includes one 7-yard plow truck at $208,000, and then one 12-yard plow truck at $232,000, for a total of $440,000 on the line item.
And my reasoning for that, Mr. Mayor, I saw the trucks that they had out there, and they said they needed a motor. It had a few leaks in it that was a little risky. I believe that the leaks can be fixed, and I believe that they can purchase a motor for under $50,000, which I believe, if it was my truck, that is how I would spend my money. I know for sure my wife wouldn't give me no $440,000 to replace a motor.
Just don't ask.
Yeah, okay.
The wife. Fair enough. Thank you very much, Councilor Walker. Do you have any other comments on this?
Can we hear from Mr. Goyette?
I'm sorry?
Hear from Mr. Goyette?
Goyette?
Goyette.
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 Yeah, what did you think
Grant.
I
I
said?
thought you sounded like Grant.
Grant.
Grant? Do I get a motion that
Goyette.
sounded like Grant? Wow, okay.
I heard Grant.
Mr. Goyette.
One thing first, I wanted to clarify with regards to Washington Street. We do have an agreement, which Scott reminded me of when we sat back down, is that we use part of the DOT camp's salt garage. We store material in that salt garage during the winter so that we don't have to send our truck all the way back to Public Works to get salt. And part of the agreement is that we mow their section of Washington Street.
Oh,
So I wanted to make sure to
right.
clarify
Yeah,
that.
that's good enough. Thank you.
Thank you for that piece of information.
We're talking right now, I think you heard, 7-yard and a 12-yard, $440,000 total. Councilor Lasagna, would you like to ask a question?
Do you remember?
I just want to hear the justification for the two and to address the concerns that Councilor Walker has about them being too big and too powerful for the new granite curbing and too heavy on the roads.
Okay. One of the vehicles, the 12-yard dump truck, is a 2007, so it's 12 years old with 125,000 miles, which is 11,000 engine hours. It does have the oil leak on the passenger side by the rear bell housing, and the engine smokes. The frame is starting to rust out near the middle of the truck, and those are side dump bodies. So what happens is when the frame starts to rust, they start to spread. They're a, what do they call it? A double C frame, yeah. And so it rusts in the middle. So when the truck starts to go, it goes. We could put a new motor in it, but that's not going to help the frame. And the frame is a sticker item. So to try, it basically will be chasing our tail forever to get this to get this truck back into operation shape and to make it worthwhile spending the $50,000-$60,000 to buy a motor, then we have to install it. The plow gear is in need of significant repairs as well. That truck, we are taking the dump body off of that truck and we're reusing it. So we'll be swapping that dump body for a truck of older age, putting that old dump body on this truck, taking the newer dump body, putting it in the other truck. So it probably will not cost $232,000, but that's how much a new truck with the body costs. So I'm not exactly sure how much. Actually, yeah.
Depends on the trade too.
Yeah.
I mean, the trade, we've been getting pretty good trade for.
So we could do all kinds of work to it. Whether that buys us 1 year or 10 years, I couldn't tell you because the trucks rust. That's the biggest problem we have with trucks is they rust. And obviously they rust because they're filled with salt. And hopefully the new wash system in the garage helps with that. There'll be a de-icing bar that all the trucks will drive over as they leave the facility, so to help curb that problem. The other truck is a 2002, so it's 17 years old. It has 12,000 hours. Hours is the most important thing, really. There's already a 1-inch spread in the frame rails, so the body's already spreading out. That's not something you can really, could we fix it?
The frame is the problem, and
And
it's
I
an
don't think, we
inspectable
don't have
item.
we don't have a license, well, we have a licensed welder, but you have to be certified to do that type of body work on a truck. So we'd have to send it out to get that work done. And then it's old. The steering box is weeping. There's another oil leak in this truck. So we could try to piecemeal them together. It's gonna cost, I would say, probably $200,000 in motors, equipment, labor to get them back, and that's the cost of one new truck.
So thank you for that. A couple of things that Councilor Walker wrote in here is the tandem axle are too big and too powerful for the new granite curbing and too heavy on the roads.
The 12-yard trucks do our Washington streets, our Minot Avenues, our center streets. Those are our mainline trucks. The reason they're a double axle is because they hold 12 yards of material, so they don't have to come back into the garages often because they do long, straight runs. And so the added material is the big benefit in those trucks. Also, those trucks do a lot of our spring cleanup. They come in very handy. Our snow removal, they come in very handy because they're a bigger body. So essentially, we would have to buy or rent. We'd have to hire haulers when we do snow removal because we wouldn't have the capacity that we once had if we were to switch all the 7-yard trucks. The plow gear on the front of the truck is the same, whether it's a 7-yard or a 12-yard. So if you notice this winter, we did a lot better with the granite curbs. Two things happened. We started marking all the bump outs, which are the things that keep getting hit, with stanchions, reflective stanchions, so that the drivers can see them in the winter. When there's a foot of snow, it's hard to tell where that curb line is. And also, we no longer have a few of the drivers that were having significant problems with the granite curbing. So,
And as Dan mentioned, that truck that we're replacing does Riverside Drive all the way to Durham, and it also does Court Street up over Goff Hill.
Yeah.
So if that truck would be spending more time going to the garage getting loaded, especially if it goes to Durham, to try to get up over Goff Hill, so.
If I could, I know maybe you might have more questions, but you bring up a very important
No,
point.
I'm all set, thank you.
And Councilor Walker brought this up too, looking at return on investments. And I apologize if you said about, obviously yards are yards, or you're making less runs back to the shed for sand and salt. You can quantify that. There's quantifiable time, quantifiable savings. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's significant or not.
These trucks are on our priority 1 roads, so they're tasked to drive. The plow route is designed so that they can do their plow run in 2 hours. So that means every 2 hours, because of traffic volumes and where they are and those sort of things, they're supposed to go by. If they were going back to the shop to get loaded, those plow runs, those times are gonna increase, which is not the goal. Everybody would like to see their road plowed more. Well, I won't say that because we get calls both ways. But those routes have enough traffic where it warrants, you don't want 6 inches of snow building up on Riverside Drive before the plow goes by.
I think just as a general point, Mr. Manager, that looking forward on capital expenses, when's applicable? I think this is, I'd like to see what Councilor Walker thinks. This is a scenario which it could be applicable. It might not show anything positive or negative, or it might. I think that exercise and a template showing that it would be a great asset, and maybe the council agrees on that, help with our decision-making process to see if it's certain things are financially viable or just a different way of looking at it, if you would. So, is there any other questions for Dan and Scott while they're up here?
I'd just like to make a couple comments if I could. The triaxles,
We don't own any triaxles.
okay, the
The
dual
wheelers? Yep, okay.
I know they're trying, the big roads are where you usually try to put them, okay?
Yep.
But there are many times that I'm gonna guess someone else is either out sick or a truck is broken down, that they do go on routes that they are big for. And when you're talking springtime snowstorms and you're out there trying to get things done, and I don't wanna have to say to you, I'll snap pictures of every time they are off the big roads. But they're off quite often.
When-
And that, in my opinion, when they're loaded with salt and gravel, they should not be on any secondary roads, any place in the city, when it starts to become less frost on the ground and them are springtime storms, always. In the beginning of the year, when you get an early snowstorm like we did this year, you had these trucks everywhere. And that is not good for our roads, not good for our curbing. The last spring storm we had, I brought the manager in, a whole pile of your so-called curbing that's on Main Street in Auburn. It's been there for, I don't know how many years now, but they peeled the whole street from almost New Auburn to Rupes. They peeled that whole piece of curbing. I could have brought him in a half a dump truck load, but I only brought him in just a few handfuls, so he could see that spring storms are probably the worst storm that you can plow. Because you can't touch curbing, you can't touch dirt, you can't get on the side of the road, but yet we try to plow that all the way back onto the sidewalk so the cars have all kinds of room. That may be okay for some people. That's not okay for me. Curbing is up from $7 to $11 to $15 a foot to have that put in. You won't replace curbing once it's broken because it's put in cement now. Well, we either gotta, don't put in any curbing like that, or don't put it in concrete, so we can fix it when you people stave it up.
I'm not sure if there was a question or comment. I will say we have GPS in our trucks.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we can track the routes. And just out of curiosity, I was just thinking in my head, I don't think there's a priority road that even leads to the sand and gravel shed. You have to drive over secondary or tertiary roads from PW to the priority roads, Park Ave, so forth.
Mount Auburn Ave.
Those are all secondary. There's none of those are prior. So it's basically, you're kind of almost at the a whim or a victim of your location. It's interesting to think about. Okay, so thank you. Is there any other comments?
Just one comment. I do appreciate all the comments from the council, questions. I understand it. I've been through 30 budget processes with local government, but I do want to reiterate, I do have confidence and full confidence in what Dan Goyette's doing and Scott Holland and the team that they have. The Public Works Department is the only nationally accredited public works department in the state of Maine, as a reminder. It means there are a lot of criteria that they have to meet and the department has to meet. What I appreciate about what Dan does and Scott, among other things, is the kind of things that you were talking about, Council Walker. They're recognizing that we need to continually improve what we're doing. And Dan, you've said it yourself in terms of how the drivers are operating now and what you're doing in terms of trying to be preventative. So we need to continue doing that. Thank you.
I'd like to bring this, if there's nothing further, I'd like to bring this motion to a vote, or the amendment to the motion to a vote at this point. Again, just to say it again, Councilor Walker, you correct me if I get this wrong, okay, please. Councilor Walker has made a motion, seconded by Councilor Fournier, to remove from the CIP for fiscal year '20, 2 plow trucks, 1 7-yarder and 1 12-yarder for a total price of $440,000. All those in favor of removing those 2 line items from the CIP, please raise your hand. 2, 3, 4. Opposed to removing? Those 2 line items are removed by a vote of 4-3. Okay. Is there anything else?
My last one for you. The 1-ton dump truck, $67,000 for Parks Department. I want to cut it to 0.
I have a motion on the floor from Councilor Walker to cut the 1-ton truck, listed at $67,000 for Public Works, completely off the CIP. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Fournier. Are there any discussion?
I'd just like to hear a little background on this. Counselor Walker, maybe you can give me your reasons.
Yeah, I'll try. $67,000 for a 1-ton truck, and I know I saw something that showed a plow on it and all of the above. In my opinion, the Parks Department does not need a 1-ton plow truck to go on these one-way, one dead-end streets or any of that. First of all, that's not a Parks Department job for them men, first of all. And
Sorry,
this
Councilor
is
Walker,
just
this
a-
is under Public Works, just for the
this
record.
is- Yeah, but it was also called the Parks Department. Look up there, you'll see it. It's a 1-ton.
Public Works.
It's in our little thing as a Parks Department, so you can call it whatever you want. I know it is said under the listing of that truck. And it's a 1-ton, with a plow rig and the 1-ton, I think that's a little too steep, and I don't think it's something that's that valuable at this point that they need.
Is there any other comments or questions? None being? We have a motion on the floor from Councilor Walker, seconded by Councilor Fournier, to eliminate from Public Works line item CIP fiscal year '20 a 1-ton truck for a total cost of $67,000. All those in favor of eliminating that 1-ton truck from Public Works, please raise your hand. All those opposed? The amendment to the motion fails by a vote of 4-3. Is there anything else?
Nope.
At this point, we are going to call for a vote. I'm going to call for a vote. This is a
Mr.
vote.
Mayor?
Let me hold on. It's been a while. We're going to get back to this.
The original
portion.
amendment.
Yeah, probably resolve for the original resolve. I'm sorry. It's right here. Jill may have a final number. Jill, do you have any updates while I look for this resolve number? On totals after the amendments?
I would like to have you amend for me, please, the contingency and add 30,000 because it's only at 9,000 right now. And then that would bring us to 9,200,000.
9,200,000. If we bring contingency from 9,500 to 30,000, do you have a rationale if I could?
It would be 39,510.
But the reason why for contingency?
Yeah, normally we have a contingency that's a lot higher than 9,000.
Are you
I mean, it's
saying that
not-
this was a
it's-
typo?
It's too low, really. I mean,
Nine five
what
two.
it is for is like if somebody's project comes in higher than what was anticipated. Otherwise, it doesn't get spent. At the end of the year, it would automatically go to unallocated and be reallocated in the next year. But it's just there if some projects come in above bid or what have you. But
I
it doesn't
second
get
that.
spent otherwise.
I second that.
So
That's what it's for.
first of all, I'll need a counselor to, and I appreciate the enthusiasm. It's good to see some tonight. Can a counselor make a motion to amend the
9,510.
CIP to increase the contingency fund line item from $9,510 to $39,510?
Please.
So moved.
I'm going to motion for Counselor Fournier. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second for Counselor Walker. All those in favor? Opposed? Passes 6-1. Okay.
One other issue.
And just for the record, before we read the resolve, if the finance director could tell us, arrived at a new number, what were the number that was cut and what was added, so that I wanted to, because I,
What's the other issue?
Warm storage. No, it's under here.
Okay, as Ms. Eastman's looking at that, there is one other issue. I'd like to refer you to correspondence from the city manager talking about our warm storage facility. Warm storage facility that was butted last year is coming in over budget, as seems everything else in the state of Maine right now. We want to reallocate from stormwater, where is it here? Second page. Total amount of, Peter, if you could?
Yeah.
Major drainage, here we got 500,000, it's currently stated in the line item. You want to reallocate $250,000?
350,000, correct, Dan? Dan, do you want to talk about this a little bit for the public that's viewing?
So the major drainage account accounts for our MS4 program, and this building would bring us in compliance with our MS4 program, our federally unfunded mandate with regards to stormwater compliance. Currently, we wash our vehicles outside, which is against our plan, against the state's plan. This would allow us to wash our vehicles inside. The building came in $490,000 over budget, in part due to the wash system that was originally proposed in the building, and in part because of the way bid prices are right now for construction projects. We were able to negotiate $140,000 out of that price, still bring us to where we need to be in terms of stormwater and in terms of truck cleaning. And I'm proposing to take the $350,000 shortfall from our essentially, what the major drainage account is intended to do is provide compliance with our MS4 program, and that's why I propose to transfer that money. Well, not even transfer, keep it in that account, but to make sure that you're all aware that that's specifically what it's being used for.
Right.
So we're going to need an amendment, and I'd like Jill or Sue to clarify, make sure I'm not going off, but I'm going to try to get this right with the one amendment here. Need an amendment from the council amending the line item for major drainage under engineering for $500,000, of which $350,000 of which will be reallocated towards warm storage. Done. No difference, no delta, no increase rather in the line item. The totals remain the same. It's just a reallocation of $350,000 from the $500,000 current line item to augment the previously passed warm storage facility. Make sense? We're all understand that? I'm not going to say ask for agreement. You understand that wording? Okay. Can I get a motion then from the city council or city councilor?
Motion to put 350,000 towards that new facility.
I've got a motion from Councilor Walker to apply $350,000 from the $500,000 major drainage project towards completion of the warm storage facility. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Do I have any comment, question, debate?
Mayor, just want to make
Councilor
a
Titus.
comment that, so that, pretty obvious, I'm sure, but we are kicking the can down the road here because the 350,000 is going to be needed next year, the year after. It's not like it was in there, it wasn't put in the budget and wasn't needed. So really what we're doing is we're taking care of this now to handle a little situation, but next year it should show up in the budget, I would assume. You're not going to be able to just say, oh, we just won't do that work.
The major drainage account handles all our stormwater infrastructure needs. Essentially, what we're doing right now, or what we've been doing in the past 2 years, is we have an inspection TV program. We investigated all our, what do I want to call them? Our fail-safe lines, essentially our major drainage infrastructure within the city. So we did the line that starts at Great Falls Plaza and goes all the way up to Pettingill Park. That line was TV'd. We had an individual walk underneath New Auburn in the existing stone box culvert. We TV'd a section of Minot Avenue, a big section of Center Street, a big section of Court Street. So we're hitting all our major stormwater trunk lines to identify deficiencies. Those deficiencies are then, with today's technology, you can do spot repairs. So you can send essentially a sock down the line, they inflate it, it cures in place, and they send a robot in to cut little holes where the other structures tied in. That's essentially been our approach. So this won't necessarily, this transfer of funds will just mean that program will take longer than it would have had we been able to spend this. It doesn't go away necessarily, but like we were pleasantly surprised when, other than the fact that we have a large box culvert underneath homes and garages and everything else, it's in great shape, so.
Yeah, I think it's just too bad that we had such a underestimation. I know it's happening everywhere, but
It's happening everywhere.
Happening everywhere.
Everywhere. DOT, the notification we got about the projects on Taylor Brook. So, Counselor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For years, we've been ahead of the game with our stormwater drainage system and our repairs and stuff. If we do this, how is that going to set back, or is it what we've been trying to do for the last several years?
I think Mr.
We
Reyes
are
has
still
the-
ahead of the game in terms of, we're in a unique situation, well, not unique, but we are lucky in that all our CSO work, well, I won't say, 99% of our CSO work is done. Along with that program came some new stormwater infrastructure. We know where our problem areas now, do our TV inspection, infiltration testing. The district actually provides us with good information when they do smoke testing. We find cross connects, and we found one at Gippers this past year that we took care of. So we're ahead of the game in that respects, and DEP recognizes that. But at the same time, DEP recognizes that we don't have an indoor wash facility. And Lewiston got tagged with it last year. We have not. It's just a matter of time.
So let's not talk about that too much.
Yeah.
Okay? Yeah.
And then the follow-up is the fact that we usually try to tie it into when we do repairs with other road construction.
That is correct.
Is there any other construction coming up that we should be working with them in order to relieve that situation?
It's the same pot of money. What we'll do is when we do, well, it's not the same pot of money, but when we do a road construction project, say Fifth Street or North River Road this year, we'll supplant some of the shortfall in that project with our major drainage account to account for that drainage work that's occurring on that street. North River Road, we're going to be going away from some of the open ditches to a closed drainage system, and some of our past major drainage money is being used to do that.
Thank you. I'm going to call for a vote at this point. All those in favor of I'm sorry, you got something, Councilor Walker?
I'm waiting for you, sir.
Voting.
Rushing me along.
I'm voting.
All those in favor of the motion to reallocate $350,000 for major drainage out of the $500,000 towards finishing the warm storage facility, please raise your hand. Opposed? Abstain? Passes 7-0. Moving along, I'm now going to ask for a vote on the entire CIP. Okay? This is a first reading.
Just wondered, do we have a chance to get that clarification of?
Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have a new total count?
9.2 million.
I'm sorry?
9.2 million.
9.2 million.
I had a total of 680,000 that was cut. And then I had 550,000 that was put back in, so I come up with a difference of 130,000. That's not
Got
correct?
that 30,000 for contingency in there too?
No, I'm just going what was off in the original CIP that got voted for tonight. I had saved 130,000 with the portable stage deal, 100,000 cut from strategic planning, 10,000 saved on Union Street, Chestnut, whatever. Then I had, that was it, that came to 240, and then the two trucks, it came to 440, came to 680.
Right. Took out the two trucks.
That was actually cut. Now, am I missing something?
We added back in.
Fire truck, 550.
No, there was already something in there though, 200,000.
Oh, there was something else we added?
Remember, it was already 200, we increased it to 550, so that's plus 350.
Oh, that's right. So
Plus
it was-
contingency of 30, so we added 380 back in.
We took
Yeah, so
100,
we only added 380 back in, but we cut out 680.
did you include the 100,000 for the strategic planning?
Yep. I'd have total cuts of $680,000. And then we added back in the fire truck, which you corrected me on that, it wasn't 550, it was
550.
350 that we added back in. So when you do that,
I'll let the math people do the math.
yeah, I just want to make sure, so it's 330,000 off. So I stand corrected. I think you're right. Sorry. I forgot about the original 200,000 that was already in there. Yep. Thank you.
9.2.
Yep.
Okay. We'll leave the math to the mathtarians.
That's right. Make sure it's right.
I'd like to call this vote. Basically, we have Order 74-0603-2019, authorizing the Finance Director to execute the issuance of general obligation bonds and a tax levy therefore as amended for a total of $9.2 million. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Point of order. It requires a roll call.
Thank you. Great.
Welcome.
Good. I'd love to ask the clerk to do a roll call at this point.
Okay. Counselor Titus?
Yes.
Counselor Fournier?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Counselor Young?
Yes.
Counselor Gary?
No.
Counselor Lasagna?
Yes.
Counselor Hayes?
Yes.
First reading of the CIP passes by a vote of 6-1. At this point, I'm going to call a 5-minute break, use the bathrooms, get some water. We'll reconvene. Hello. We're now back in session. Next, we have Order 75-06032019, authorizing the Finance Director to reappropriate and reallocate bonds. This is a public hearing and a first reading. Do I have a motion from a counselor? I will entertain a motion at this point.
So moved.
A motion from Counselor Fournier.
Second.
I have a second from Counselor Walker. Public. Anybody from the public who would like to speak on the reallocation of bonds this year? None being? We can bring it back to the council. Council, let's talk. This is on the agenda. We're talking about a reallocation of unspent bond proceeds. I'm pulling up the total here for us. We're talking about reallocation of $245,500 from previous general obligation bonds that went unspent to fund a portion of the fiscal year 1920 CIP. The list is attached. Yeah, do we have any questions? None? I'll bring it to a vote.
Who's got the screen there?
Oh.
I'd like it up there.
Yes, sir.
These numbers.
I do not.
Go. Get my eyes.
Brian's controlling this. Brian, could you fast forward to the, thank you, Brian. Ah, bingo, we're there. There's your description.
Hey, Mr. Mayor,
Counselor Titus?
I see that there was, and I was going to let Councilor Walker offer his resolves first, but I was looking at one of them that I was going to make a consideration, and that was the rebranding. I feel uneasy about bonding something that's kind of like an advertising campaign. It should be an expense rather than something that's a 10-year bond.
Tangible good, tangible product?
Well, it's something that it's probably advertising, it's whatever you do to rebrand, and it's something that you do in a year or two, but it's not something that I consider to be bondable. I think it has to be an expense item. It should be an expense item and shouldn't even be on the bond list. Something else should be in there that's a long-term, durable type product.
Unless a rebranding is used for durable type, i.e. signage.
Well, if it is something that's going to be a sign or
Ask that
something
question.
particular, but if it's not in particular,
Mr. Goslin?
we have not heard what that 15,000
Could
was
you,
for.
are you prepared to talk a little bit about some of the abstract spending on rebranding? I.e. is it tangible, non-tangible, should be best put under the operating expenses?
I mean, if it's one single sign for 15,000 that's going to last 15 years, yeah, I see that. But if it's stationery and signage and banners and
Well, a lot of it is just around the education about everything that we're trying to do and having a consistent message of the department, of the idea of the sports tourism and recreation department, which allows us to educate what we are specifically doing with a logo, with education materials, partnership materials, website, social media, all those different types of components. We do want to provide some upgrades with education about what we are trying to do in the community and educating people about our programs, about events that we might be having, but they know that it's us that are putting it on with a consistent message.
again, we'll make the motion, based on what I've heard, that it be taken off from the CIP bonded and put into an amendment when we get to the budget in the recreation and management budget as a line item.
Thank you very much for that, Mr. Gunn. Please stick around.
Second it.
Well, hold on, we haven't made a motion yet, though, on that, though. Did you actually make a motion, or you said
That's
you
what
would
I was
entertain?
making a motion.
I have a motion from Counselor Titus, then, at this time, to eliminate the rebranding from the CIP budget of a total of $15,000, the reallocation of unallocated funds in a total of $15,000. Do I have any comment on this, or do I have a second?
Second it.
A second from Counselor Walker, or Gary. So, do we have any comment on this? Any discussion? I'll jump in here real quick. I've been through a couple rebrands. $15,000 is a jump start. It's not enough to do it. I agree.
Correct.
I think it needs to be in operations, and I will push and advocate for it to be in our annual operations budget.
Should be an operations budget item.
I absolutely agree with you. Once it's kind of firmed up in the next couple months on what the name is, that process, it's an exciting process. You should do it. It will be great and will pay off great dividends. Just think it should be allocated in a different budget.
That's my opinion. So that's my motion, that it be, and it's been seconded, so.
Okay, can we count on you to make that motion to include this in the
I
operational
will
budget?
make the motion when we get to the regular budget to include it in the recreation budget.
Okay. I think that's fair if everybody kind of tentatively agrees on that. Good allocation. We have a motion on the floor to eliminate the rebranding of $15,000 from the CIP, or reallocation of the CIP. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? None being? Okay, it's removed. Is there anything else on this? Any other comment, questions?
In terms of the Museum LA capital campaign architectural fees, do we treat that the same? I don't know where it would go.
I'll let the manager answer on that one. If I could.
Well, this is the second year of this allocation of the CIP. It was $25,000 for FY20. Second year of our commitment to the capital campaign for Museum LA. I think it's certainly appropriate to have it in the CIP. When you look at municipalities and counties across the country, there are lots of ways to do CIPs. What we have up there is not inappropriate. There may be standard practices that municipalities and counties have, but I certainly support having the $25,000 for the capital campaign for Museum LA and the unallocated bond.
Listening and talking, I think
Thank
it's
you.
important. Because it might not be laying a brick, but it's the prep work for a durable good, which is the actual facility
Yeah,
itself.
that's the architectural whatever. so,
Second?
Yep.
Like the school department. Yeah. It's kind of like, good analogy. I try not to think of the school department every meeting. Okay, are there any other comments or questions on the reallocation?
Mr. Mayor, I don't think it should belong in there.
Make a
Be-
motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make the motion that it be put into our regular budget and for it to be added for our consideration for the final total.
I have a motion to amend, or excuse me, an amendment. Motion to amend the reallocation of the CIP, eliminating the $25,000 allocation for Museum LA. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Councilor Fournier. All those in favor? All those opposed? Vote 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, the motion fails by a vote of 3-4. Okay, any other comments on the reallocation? None? I'm going to call a vote.
I got a question for you, sir. Mr. Mayor, the fitness room, the equipment, would someone explain a little bit more about that to me, please?
Mark's not here. So it's within the rec department. I know that they are looking to enhance some of their programming that they're offering. And we have, if you remember, there's a back storage room that was converted over to more fitness, including their scheduling yoga, their strengthening programming for seniors. There's the equipment that would be necessary to do that programming.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor Gary.
has there been a list of things that's proposed to be spent with this money for the fitness center? Or is it just a placeholder for them to flesh out what they actually need?
So they came up with the estimate based off from equipment that they had looked at, and I'm sure they have an itemized list of what equipment would fit in there. We have one of our employees actually has done this in the past for the YMCA when it comes to equipment, and he's trained to do the type of programming that they've allocated. So yes, they came up with that number based off from the equipment they're looking to purchase.
Okay. Any other comments? Councilor Walker, was your initial question answered?
I've mentioned this before, and I was not in agreement to having a fitness room in the first place, because I had mentioned that room is a really necessary room for students or children who are involved in the programs at the Recreation Department office, especially in the summertime. And having walked through, the building, Hasty Memorial, I just don't see any space for kids. If there's a rainy day, what they're going to be doing is sitting on the floor in the gym. They need to be separated out in various rooms.
Make a motion.
I
If you could.
move that, let's see, I move that we remove this, the fitness room equipment from the unallocated.
I have a motion from Councilor.
25,000.
25, what did I say?
I
$25,000.
have a motion from Councilor Fournier to eliminate the reallocation of $25,000 from unspent proceeds of bonds for fitness room equipment under recreation and sports facility. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, and a couple reasons. One is, I personally would like to see what exactly their plan was for that room and how would it be structured and set up, because I'm afraid they're gonna bring stuff in there that is gonna eliminate that room for a lot of other things, that it's now the only single room down there that's big enough to put 25 kids in at one shot, because
I'm afraid we're getting
the
away from
movement.
policy, though, and getting into running programming. I'll just throw that out there. Mr. Assistant Manager?
So when Council Fournier brought this up, I did talk with staff regarding, I think you were referring to like summer rec programming.
Yes.
So there's no, they wouldn't be able to break down the students that are there into 25 groups, 25 member groups. And so that room would not be used for that unless it was they can still move the equipment and use it for, say, if there's an art station that's in there and they're moving around to different areas, that's still allowable. They feel very comfortable with the space that they have to be able to do that. And they know that they're gaining other space as they continue to make other improvements down in that area for that. But they did not feel, and they've been running this program for a long time, they did not feel that they were not going to be able to run the program successfully by not using that room.
I've
And they
seen-
currently don't use it.
Yeah, I've seen that program for many years. I've been there with my grandson because he participated in it. And what I saw a lot of was students sitting around, not being interactive with their adult who was responsible for them. You know, they should be segmented in chunks. by
I'm
age.
sorry, I have to rein this in. We have a motion on the floor talking about fitness equipment and not how Parks and Rec is running or programming. It's fitness equipment.
Okay.
We
then-
need to just stay on that, please.
Right. So that room, I'm trying to get at is that room is necessary for students. It's not, we have fitness centers all over the place here in Auburn. So my purpose in saying this is that this is where children go, this provides programming, and I think it needs to be, we've already lost other rooms to that building, in that building that were for students. So I would like to maintain it for our
So
programs.
your argument is not against fitness room equipment per se as it is the location of the equipment?
I don't think we need a fitness room with fitness equipment.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilor
are
Young.
we voting on whether to have fitness equipment, not where it's going to be located?
We're just voting on fitness room equipment, period. It doesn't specify the location of that fitness room in the CIP, the reallocation of the unallocated. It just says buying fitness equipment.
So that question can be addressed at some other point.
It can be, and maybe it should be during the July quarterly review of recreation, sports, entertainment. Did I leave that up to the rest of the council? Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Point of information, there are other rooms not currently used in storage areas that may potentially could house this type of equipment. They may determine, once they flesh out the actual program, what they need for pieces that would or could fit into another location if they so choose. So we're not sort of micromanaging, we're just accounting more fiscal responsible that they get exactly only the pieces of equipment they need for the programs that they want to run.
Okay, we have an amendment to the motion. I'd like to call this to a vote at this time. All those in favor of eliminating $25,000 expenditure for fitness room equipment from unallocated bonds, previous years unallocated bonds in this fiscal year, again, all those in favor of eliminating this line item, please raise your hand. 3. All those opposed to eliminating this line item? 1, 2, 3, 4. The amendment fails by a vote of 4-3. Okay. Moving on. What else do we have? Anything? Going once? Not to put pressure on you, going twice.
Yeah, okay, I'll ask you a question. The
Oh, no,
airport.
stop asking me questions. I got no answers.
The
You
airport.
keep saying that.
Why didn't we put the 30,500 in the real CIP instead of unallocated? I mean, they knew they needed this from the very beginning. I don't understand why it would be put in.
Because in the current year's budget, we budgeted money for a big tractor. It came in under budget, and because they had not put it in the CIP, it wasn't approved at that time to buy that other tractor. So now we're asking to use that money that was already budgeted from in this current fiscal year to buy that tractor.
Very good.
This actually came up, if you remember, just about 6 or 7 months ago when they wanted to do it, and we voted it down because it wasn't in the proper protocol. So now it is.
I remember that.
Yeah, I remember that too. So they got their small tractors.
Last question for you. $5,000 vehicle assessing, what does that mean?
Go ahead, Jim.
We're getting another vehicle for assessing, but the police department, instead of trading one of their vehicles in, they're gonna trade a van that we have that's not being used in the parking garage. It was the Great Falls TV van. They're gonna trade that in instead of one of the police cruisers. They're gonna give us the cruiser, and that 5,000 is just to have it painted so it doesn't look like a police car.
Are we still keeping that Hyundai accent in assessing?
We are. We're gonna keep, because I have 3 people in one vehicle right now.
Yeah, I like that.
I mean, they'll keep it as long as they can drive it. And
Standard shift, that's great.
Last question, police department, 25,000. Do we have any of these signs or trailers, or is this the only one that we will have?
We have one existing, this will be a second one.
This is number 2, Chief? You have any follow-up questions on that for the Chief, Counselor Walker?
Yes. Explain to me why we need a second one.
Easily because our traffic calming projects are growing faster than we can accommodate them, and the second radar trailer will help us with those traffic calming projects.
Does that mean when, like, CMP's working out on the street, we would use a sign like this, or does that not mean that?
Well, it does have the capabilities to do messages as well. We can deploy it in certain areas when certain safety messages need to go up. However, it's mostly used for traffic calming.
This is very similar to the one we used for the parade on Main Street, correct? We're telling people about traffic, road closures?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Any other comments or requests for the Chief while he's up and out?
I support this because I hear about traffic calming all the time.
All the time.
I think with all the distracted drivers we have, we definitely need at least one of those.
Okay, is there any, thank you. I'm going to bring this to a vote at this point. All those in favor of, hold on, let me bring it up. Actually, before we do that, Jill, did we have a revised dollar amount here?
230,500.
230,500?
Yes. We only reduced one for the rebrand. That was taken off.
So now there's the unallocated fund, just to get some clarity, we got $15,000. What happens, what's the status of those orphan funds?
They'll just stay in unallocated till next year,
Until we need something else.
Great.
till we need another 100,000 for the fire truck or something.
So we need another 100,000. That's right. Fair enough.
We know
Okay.
that's coming.
Bring this to a vote then. All those in favor of order number 75-06032019, amended for a total reallocation of unallocated bond proceeds for a total of $230,500, please revert to the clerk for a roll call. Hold for the clerk.
Counselor Titus?
Yes.
Counselor Fournier?
Yes.
Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Counselor Young?
Yes.
Counselor Gary?
No.
Counselor Lasagna?
Yes.
Counselor Hayes?
Yes.
Passes. Vote 6-1. Outstanding. We're moving along here, folks. Next, we have Resolve 0806032019, adopting the fiscal year 2020 appropriations resolve. This is a public hearing and a first reading. I'll entertain a motion at this time. Someone, please.
I make a motion.
Anyone.
I make a
That we
motion.
accept Resolve 08-06032019, adopting the appropriations resolve for fiscal year 2020, public hearing and first reading.
Second.
Second for Councilor Walker. I'm going to open this up to the public. It is a public hearing after all. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak? None being, I'm going to bring this back to the council. Council, any debate, conversation, amendments?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a amendment that we add $15,000 to the combined recreation department for the purposes of rebranding. That was taken out of the CIP, but should
Second.
be in the expense area.
Got a motion from Councilor Titus
Second.
and a second from Councilor Fournier on adding to the operations budget under the line item Recreation Division, $15,000 for the purpose of rebranding the Recreation Department. Any conversation on this?
Is that going to be used only in the recreation department, or is that going to be used in the entire?
I believe this is for, and correct me if I'm wrong, the entire sports, tourism, recreation, entertainment, yet to be determined, resolve, our category for resolve that we just approved.
It is.
Okay. I will state though, I mean, $15,000 would do a really good rebrand. You usually should budget upwards of 50 to 100, depending on what you're doing. But I think this is a good start to at least get and look at it and at least entertain what's out there, and maybe be able to trigger some in-kind contributions from local marketing firms too. So love to help Mr. Goslin on that one. Okay, help him get that going. No other comment. I'm going to bring this to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment to the motion, please raise your hand. 4, 5. All those opposed? Abstain? Okay. By a motion of 6-1, you voted yes?
I voted yes.
You voted yes, I'm sorry. The amendment, the motion to amend is approved by a vote of 6-1.
Mr. Mayor, I
Mr.
have
Titus.
one resolve I'd like to put forward. This is a little bit different than what I've done in the past, but I'm going to bring it forward first to see how it goes with, I know everybody's had some good ideas on what we should be doing, how we should be cutting, where we can save money. But I am looking at, right now, we are looking at a $601,508 tax levy. We've also learned that it looks like there's going to be some new state, what? No? Well, there's going to be state, yes, talk about revenue sharing, and we also have a few other things happening in terms of some debt repositioning that would allow us to get to a 0% levy increase this year. And if there was any reason why we didn't quite make it within a few $100,000, we do have $570,000 thereabouts that was going to be added to the fund balance this year. It could be used until we did get the funding we needed, if that didn't come to fruition right away. So I'm making a motion that we instruct the city manager to get our tax levy down to 0 using any and all revenue sharing that comes in from the state and any and all revenue that is generated due to debt restructuring, and that if we needed to, we would have to use part of the fund balance, $527,000 is allocated to increase the fund balance, which I don't think will be necessary, so that we can go to a 0% tax levy increase. The reason being that we asked the school to do it, and they did it and then some. And we also have a new high school that we got to be looking at.
You made a motion. Let's stick with the motion so we can.
So that's my motion.
I'll second it.
We have a motion on the floor from Councilor Titus. Motion from Councilor Titus, and a second from Councilor Gary to instruct the city manager to propose a budget with a 0% increase, 0% increase of the tax levy or the mill rate.
I'm talking about the levy, the
The
tax
levy.
levy. That's where the dollars and cents come.
I have a second from Councilor Gary. Let's talk about this. Let me open this up. And I advocated for a 0% increase to the mill rate quite some time ago, months ago, November. And we've been working towards that, looking at it, spending just an amazing amount of time on this. I'm going to tell you, there's no one out there that wants a 0% increase to the mill rate more than I do. No one. And this, at this stage, at this 11th hour, I'm going to tell you right now, I believe in with all due respect, and I appreciate this. I appreciate this push. It sounds great in a soundbite. It'll sound great on a headline if the Sun Journal decides to write it, okay? But in actual practical sense, I don't think it's possible. I don't think it's possible at this point in June to get there without dramatic cuts to personnel staff. Now, I'm not going to speak for the city manager. We'll let him speak. But I got to tell you, from a responsible budgeting standpoint, cutting is good. paying property taxes is important, Counselor Gary. You know all about that, right? And you don't vote for increases at all in taxes, and I can respect that. But we have to look at we can't go backwards and do more harm than good, chasing a 0%. And this is just my argument on that one. I've stayed pretty quiet tonight on things. But it's really important for us not to put our staff or our only staff member, the manager, in an unattainable situation. Achieving a goal, utopic goal, that is not practical at June 3rd. So I'll say that. Goaling is good, working the line items is important, and that's what we're here for. Policy setting is important, okay? So any other comments on this motion?
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think it's powder poop. We all knew that we wanted to come in as low as possible, so this is no surprise. We have said, Council Titus has come up with, Council Walker's come up with, Alfreda's come up with, that to get the mill rate and the tax rate as low as we can. We wanted to discuss it before now, but everything just keeps being pushed ahead, pushed ahead, pushed ahead.
The council can only communicate by several votes, by a vote. In this case, a resolve, instructing city manager, our only employee, to bring the budget in a certain percent increase, decrease, what have you. We talked about this. I spoke about this when I said at the city address in January. I talked about this in November, talked about it publicly. It was printed in the paper. The council never officially communicated that request through the enaction of a resolve with a majority vote directing the city manager to do just that.
When we brought it up, we were told there would be time that we would sit down and do it. We didn't do it. You yourself had said the only way we would do it was what we're doing now, is just throw these little amendment stuff out. We never had a real meeting to sit down and really flesh out what we'd come in with. We made the school come in
No,
at
no,
lower.
that's unfair. We've spent dozens and dozens and dozens of hours on this. I'm sorry, council, please, I mean, you've spent a good deal of your life looking at this budget. And that should not be, that should not be smirked at, A, and B, that should not be taken in vain or lightly. There's a serious amount of dedication and commitment to the residents of Auburn and the future of the city has been spent by this council, and to dismiss it as such is frankly not fair. I, for one, take personal insult to the time and preparation, both in meeting and out of meeting, spent on this budget. I know that most of the councilors here have done the same.
Mr. Mayor, understand, and you got to be careful, because I put a lot of time and effort into this as well. So when I made that statement, it wasn't because I was throwing it out there. I believe it's possible, based on what I've seen, what I'm looking at, and all the study we've done the last 2.5, 3 months. I do believe it's possible to have a 0% tax levy this year and not cause devastation to the city. And it's a very important message to send with a referendum coming up in a week. That's all I'm asking.
How? How do we do it?
Just showed you, I mean, obviously, we got revenues that are coming in, we have restructuring of debt that's happening, and we also do have $527,000 that's being allocated to the fund balance. And I don't usually like to take fund balance money, but if other things don't work out, which I believe they will, we may have to fall back on that somewhat. But there is a way that we can get to 0 this year. It may not be next year or the year after, but of all years, this is the year we should be doing it if we can do it. And I've asked for that, in all due respect, since we started the budget process, and at least 3 of us have said 0%, please. Openly.
Me too. We need a resolve.
And nobody, and it hasn't happened, it's not in the budget, so I'm asking for it now.
Remember, the council must have a resolve. It has to be brought forth. It has to be voted on. Other than that, there is no unified message and direction. It says in our charter, every other page. Mr. Manager, and I'm not going to argue, I like a good healthy debate with you, Councilor Titus, because you bring facts. What's the possibility of utilizing the $527,000 of the
Well, I
fund
mean, we may
balance to bring
have
it
to
to
use
0?
that, but that's, I believe, when you look at some other sources of income and savings that we're projecting to have with other projects going on, that we probably don't need that, but it's there if we had to, part of it.
First of all, this has been a long process. We started the process earlier than the city of Auburn has traditionally, as I understand it. There's been a lot of time and energy and effort. No, we started a month early, Councilor. We did. There's been a number of meetings that we have had. This has been one of the longest, prolonged, thorough budget processes that I've gone through in my 30-plus years in local government. The counselors have asked lots of questions. We've addressed the questions. Department heads have been here a number of times, department directors. We have, I think, put forward a very reasonable budget. We started with about a 10% tax increase at the beginning of this process, and we're down to 1.24%. We did not have the increase in revenues that the school department experienced, which I'm pleased that they did have that increase in school subsidy of over $1.7 million. That certainly helped them to be able to get to zero. We're at 1.1 million on our increase in revenues. I think what Councilor Titus is referring to in part is the recent news from the legislature on the Appropriations Committee voting to increase the municipal revenue sharing above what Governor Mills had put in her budget. But I would remind all of you that that's not the final budget. I don't think we can count on that. That's an increase of $400,000 beyond what we have put in the budget. I'd like to think that we could, but I don't think it's probably a wise move for us to count on that additional $400,000 at this point. I am looking at our budget as a two-year budget. I'm looking ahead to FY21 and how we're situated in FY21 as well as FY20. And I think that we're dealing with a lot of issues with the FY20 budget, which are going to position us for FY21 to be able to have a low tax increase in FY21, if not zero. And I don't know what issues we're going to deal with going forward. Nobody does. But I think the situation that we have here, we have a lot of time and energy and effort that's been put into this budget. I would ask councilors, if you think this is a reasonable budget and that we have come forward with reasonable explanations on the budget, and that we are positioning the city in a way so that we are going to be able to make the budget affordable, which I think we are. We're talking about 29-cent increase on the mill rate. I think I would hope that you would support the budget as proposed at this point in time. Thank you.
Any other comments on this motion?
Just a question, and having read what Councilor Titus prepared and sent to us, if we get the full $400,000 in revenue share, is there a plan how that will be used? Will that go directly?
It's already in the budget. Mr. Manager,
The additional?
No,
You're talking about the additional 400,000?
Yes.
the one that Governor Mills has in our initial budget.
No, I think what Council Lozano is talking about is the Appropriations Committee recent vote.
Right,
The additional 400,000.
That's all over the place today, even since that email was sent.
Okay,
There's-
but I'm just curious, is there, if that worked out and that came through, I mean, is it something that we could say, if that money is allocated, can we use that to reduce the tax?
Depending on the timing, that's something you could do. I would probably suggest, depending on the timing, we don't know when the legislature will adjourn. You could use that money to replenish fund balance, which is a goal that the city council has had previously. We need to do that to position us again for the budget in FY21 going forward.
Okay, thank you.
One of the things too, I mean, we're looking at the legislator body has to adjourn. And what we're hearing right now is that they're gonna make a final determination sometime mid-next week. Okay, then we'll know. Hopefully the governor signs it, we're good, and we put it to bed, and we know. But I mean, I would like to think that maybe a separate resolve saying any additional monies appropriated by the state would go directly towards property tax relief or fund balance, even to attain what Councilor Titus's goal here is, and our goal, our shared goal of getting a 0% increase.
Well, I would make a friendly change in my amendment to say that 400,000 of that money would be only applied if we got the additional revenue from the city. So that would, instead of being zero, we'd have a budget resolve of $400,000 in the levy. And with the stipulation that if that money and more money comes forward, it goes to reduce that to zero. If it doesn't happen, then okay, we have a $400,000 budget.
We're overcomplicating. So you're
Same
now,
thing we did with the school committee back a couple of years ago, where they said, you will apply any money we get extra money from the state directly to taxpayers.
I remember that. I remember they didn't actually.
And they actually tried to not do it, but we corrected them. And I would be willing to you know,
Well, why don't we
to
do,
make my resolve a little bit different, to say that the tax levy should be $400,000, and in the event that we receive an additional $400,000 from state revenue sharing, that it goes to get us zero. And I'll accept that challenge and that chance
I
with you.
don't think, so basically at this point, what we do is we have a motion on the floor to amend this. We have a motion made by Councilor Titus and seconded by Councilor Walker. That would have to be defeated.
No, it can be a friendly amendment can be made.
A friendly amendment to
Friendly
that?
amendment can change, instead of being zero, the tax levy would be $400,000 with a stipulation that if we receive that additional money from the state, it goes to the tax levy.
Any additional or only?
No,
if
only
it's
that
full?
I think we're, honestly, folks, I think we're getting a little bit ahead of our skis here, okay? I think we should look through the entire appropriations, if there's any amendments to be made, i.e., do we want to cut LATC? They're asking for an increase of 130. Do we want to do and make those hard decisions ourselves, or are we basically saying, are we deferring this to the manager so we can keep clean of the bloodletting?
Well,
Mr. Mayor, point of information. It wasn't Walker, it was me. that
Councilor
seconded.
Gary then seconded. So do we want to do a friendly amendment? Do we want to table this amendment or defeat it and then look at the other line items and come back to it? I'm not saying we can't come back to it. But we do deserve, the people of Auburn, the residents who elected us, are expecting us to make these hard decisions. We're their representatives, okay? And if we're talking about policymaking, I always like to, if I'm going to stick the knife at someone, I'm going to do it myself, not pay anyone else to do it. So, not that I ever did that, just saying.
well, I suppose it's been a motion and seconded, so the only choice we have, if you're not going to accept my friendly amendment to it.
I can accept your friendly amendment, but I think it's in bad form. I think we need to go through the process one more time, or at least the order, and let's look at the line items. Let's make those hard decisions, and then let's see where we come from, because that could change your amendment numbers, could change your dollar amounts. The way it stands right now, your amendment actually defers our responsibility to the manager.
It does have him make the decisions where we pay him to make those decisions, but
At this point, we're in our second readings now. Those resolves should have come before. We're in our first reading, I'm sorry. So, we could take a vote. I could accept the friendly amendment. Folks, I'm looking for direction. You all have to make this decision. Do we want to do the work, or we want to, during the first reading of this, push it back to the city manager with instruction? So, at this point, I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor of the amendment by Councilor Titus to set the levy increase at 0, please raise your hand. Opposed?
I'm still trying to decide.
Take your time. I'm sorry. All those who support it, can you raise your hand so I get that count one more time? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oppose? 5. So opposed. 5-2. So as it stands right now, there's no more work that we can do because we just delegated it all to the city manager. So at this point, I'm going to ask for a vote on the appropriations resolve.
unless anybody else wants to make
No,
amendments.
I'm asking you for a vote. So,
People
all
can
those
make
in favor,
amendments.
as the mayor, I get to call this. All those in favor of the appropriations resolve, please raise your hand.
You restate the
As
result,
amended
please?
at this
As
point,
amended,
correct.
as amended. As
Somebody,
amended.
nobody's made a motion yet.
We have a motion on the floor. You amended it, and now the
Now
motion's
you
still
got a
open.
Motion as amended.
The motion as amended.
Okay.
All those in favor, please raise your
Mayor.
hand. Oh, I'm sorry, roll call vote. Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, could I hear from the city manager
On what? I'm sorry?
what we directed him to do?
Very good.
I don't support it. I think it's the wrong thing to do. I'm disappointed. You have a lot of things that are going on in this city that are very positive. Staff have done a tremendous amount of work the past couple of years, this year in particular, with all the events and activities going on. We're headed in a positive direction. This is the wrong direction. I understand the concern about the cost of the new high school, and that's, I think, driving some people's emotions. I think we put forward a reasonable budget. And if you want to see the city of Auburn move forward and accomplish the things that I think this city can do, I think this is the wrong message. It's the wrong time. This is not the right thing to do. And I won't say anything more because I probably regret if I do.
Open this up to the clerk. If you could, please ask for a roll call vote.
Can you just restate what we're voting on?
Voting on the, I'm sorry, let me do that. 1 second, let me just turn it up. The resolve as amended, the resolve is 08-06032019, which is the adopting the appropriation resolve for fiscal year 2020. It's the first reading.
First reading, that's right. It is a first reading.
I'm sorry?
Percent increase.
0% increase as amended for a 0% increase in the tax levy.
Counselor Titus.
Yes.
Counselor Fournier.
Yes.
Counselor Walker.
No.
Counselor Young.
No.
Counselor Gary.
Yes.
Counselor Lasagna.
No.
Counselor Hayes.
No.
The resolve fails by a vote of 3-4. Okay. At this point, I will move on to a second reading and further amendment on the next meeting.
Here we go.
Moving on, reports. Mayor's
Wait a
report.
minute, we still have to vote. That was only on the amendment.
No, that was on the entire, we voted on the, no, you voted on the amendment. That was a roll call for the appropriations.
Oh, it was.
The amendment passed. I called the vote on the, for the appropriations. It failed. It goes to a second reading, automatically.
Okay.
Okay. And moving on, reports. Mayor's report. It's a lot of stuff going on. A little bit different, get off the budget train for a bit. I'm spending a lot of time in Augusta and talking with members of the legislature from inside and outside Auburn to see what we can get some clarity on here. A lot of things are going on in the city, a lot of things in Augusta that benefit or maybe hurt us. Rail studies, all a slew of issues. So coming right up though, I'd like to talk about some happy things. Every little high school is having a graduation ceremony. And that's going to be this weekend, actually, coming up. I'll be at class night. That's May 5th at 7 o'clock at the EL gym. I do a presentation for a key to the city and a coin to a young adult who has overcome adversity and really persevered and will be a great benefit to the city of Auburn in the future. Other than that, it's getting down to summertime. So thank you for everything that you all have done and all the meetings you've attended. I'm going to go into the council reports after this, starting off with Councilor Young.
Yes, the Androscoggin Historical Society is about to have their third summit. We've been meeting with the local historical societies in Androscoggin County, and they've been very well attended. It's nice to know that the County Historical Society is acting as a county historical society, as county historical societies should do, helping out, coordinating with local historical societies. Our annual meeting will be tomorrow. I guess it's not tomorrow yet, but we're meeting at the West Auburn Schoolhouse. It's going to be a little bit different. It's kind of like back 150 years. If you haven't signed up yet, you could still come to the program. We're having sort of a box lunch, so we're really going back. And I attended the state meet in Lewiston and took some photos, and some of my friends covered the other two, Class C and Class B. So there's plenty of photos of high school people shared. And I will also be attending the New England High School Championship in Saco. It's a long commute, but I guess I can make it there. That's all I have to report this time.
Councilor Walker.
No, I've said enough tonight. Thank you.
Councilor Fournier.
Just two dates. You did mention the ELHS class night. It's at 7 o'clock, the gymnasium. The other thing is adult ed and community ed graduation is at ELHS gym on Friday at 7 o'clock. And Saturday at 7 o'clock is the ELHS graduation. And that's it.
Thank you. Councilor Titus.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I did attend the Auburn Sewage District meeting 2 weeks ago. They are talking about the Clean Water Update Master Plan. Everybody's heard about what's going on. The DEP, they have a report that's due by June 30th, and in conjunction with the City of Lewiston and Lopka Treatment Plant consultants will submit the report with outlines of our efforts over the last 5 years to eliminate the combined sewer overflows. There's still some of those going on, and luckily Auburn is like the best, one of the best in the state, but we still have an occasional overflow that we need to fix. Also, as a result from the recent actions by the DEP concerning PFAS, everybody heard about this composting that they've had at the treatment plant. I think the manager had sent out a notice to us. But right now, they're having to landfill these solids until they can figure out what to do with them. We should have more information as time goes on with that one. The water district, we had water quality control testing done, and the turbidity or the problem with the lake is very low right now. The lake phosphorus readings have indicated normal background levels, but that is kind of normal considering it's right after winter, and we expect that after the ice goes out, which was April 22nd this year. The alum treatment is scheduled to occur on July 8th of the lake and will continue for 3 weeks. We voted on that. Trustees voted to approve $30,000 needed to administer that alum treatment. Auburn's share will be, again, 50%, despite a motion to make it 60-40, which failed. The water district will be looking at all those interlocal agreements to figure out what's going on with those and how we can move forward with them. June 5th will be a special meeting of the water district trustees. That's the day after tomorrow. They have one item which has to do with how we get people onto the LOPCA, the Watershed Protection Commission Board. And then we're going to have a workshop on priorities, and we hope that we're going to be able to start getting things hammered out, including some of those agreements. Also, tomorrow at 6 o'clock is the Sunderland Drive Neighborhood Watch Group. It'll be meeting at Sam's right there on on Court Street, 6 o'clock. Anybody who's interested. That's it.
So you just bring it.
Councilor Hayes?
Just two things, just the airport meeting Thursday night, and I'm very relieved that we truly have a new fire truck and not relying upon 2 old trucks that we saw in the parade.
Those things worked.
They did.
Councilor Lasagna?
The Build Maine Conference is coming to Lewiston on the 5th and the 6th. It's a really exciting agenda for both days. I'll be at the second day, and I think Mr. Cousins will be at both days or one of the days. And I have an agenda here, if anybody's interested in looking at it, but it's a lot about sort of innovative ways to plan for cities around walkability and access. On the committee to create an ag committee ordinance is meeting on the 6th at 6 p.m. here, I think in the community room.
Work group, isn't it?
Work group, sorry.
Work group. It's not really a committee, because somebody was asking me about the committee. It really isn't a committee, it's a work group.
It's a work group
If we
to
had a
help
committee
to
to form a committee, we'd be
determine.
probably.
Yes, that is going to be on the 6th at 6 p.m. here. And also on Friday at 4 p.m., the Healthy September, 150th anniversary Healthy September group will be meeting at 4 o'clock at Gritty's to continue to plan, this is our second meeting, healthy activities for the month of September.
Wait a second. I never had any sesquicentennial meetings at Gritty's.
I didn't
Why not?
organize it, I'm just showing up.
Hear that, Elfrida? Okay, no, that's awesome.
That's it.
That's great. Never think about that. Councilor Gary?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tomorrow evening at 5:30 at the Hasty Community Center, we're having our age-friendly committee meeting. We'll be starting at 5:30. So if any Auburn resident or senior resident would like to come, they're more than welcome to come. And it's handicapped accessible. You have to go in through the side entrance, but there'll be signage telling you how to get in at the Hasty Armory. Also, this coming Wednesday, the First Auburn Seniors is having their monthly meeting, the first meeting of the month on Wednesday. People start arriving usually around 10 o'clock. They grab a cup of coffee, they socialize, they may play a few games of cards. Then we move into the meeting itself, and then they break for lunch, and then they have Beano afterwards, or bingo. And shortly, the new year for First Auburn will be starting, so they'll be accepting new members to join. And all Auburn residents or seniors that are welcome to come and check us out and join.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, I'm gonna forgo your comments just for a second, if that's okay? Fine. I'd like to go back, and I hate to do this, folks, but we're gonna go back for a little bit of clarity. I wanna make sure our procedural activities are correct here. So, Clerk, Mrs. Clerk, could you clarify, I don't know, what's the proper title to call you? Not Sue. City Clerk. Mrs. Clerk. Yeah. Mrs. Clerk, could you clarify the motion that we voted on the appropriations budget? Excuse me, as amended, and I know we just had some discussion on does the amendment prevail or not prevail. So I just wanted to make sure the council has clarity on that per your direction.
My understanding is that the amendment passed, so when we come back for the second reading, it's going to be the resolve as amended tonight with a 0% increase.
Even though the resolve did fail, the amendment carries forth to the next.
That would be my understanding.
At this point, we can leave it as is, because the amendment to direct the city manager to 0% prevails, and that would be his instruction for the next reading of the budget, okay? Or we could have a motion on the floor to reconsider that amendment and re-vote on that amendment.
And it would have to be somebody that was on the prevailing side that would have to
Thank you.
make that motion.
Yes, and someone on the prevailing side, there's 4 people who voted for it, and my memory doesn't serve me on who those 4 were. But, and I'm going to open this back up to entertain a motion to reconsider that amendment to direct the city manager to achieve a 0% increase in the tax levy on the appropriations budget.
I make a motion to reconsider the amendment.
And Councilor,
Did you vote for or against it?
the amendment, not the overall result.
Yeah, the amendment.
Andy, Councilor Titus's amendment.
Against it.
Okay, so you can't, unfortunately.
It would have to be somebody that voted on the prevailing side in order to reconsider.
Councilor Walker, you're going to second. Did you vote for it originally?
Yes, I did.
Would you like to make a motion to reconsider that amendment?
Motion to reconsider the amendment.
Motion to reconsider the amendment by Councilor Walker. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Councilor Fournier. Do we want any clarification on this or any further discussion?
I think that would be
Counselor Hayes?
helpful. That would be helpful.
Yeah, I guess,
So let me explain, and please, Ms. Clerk, if I'm wrong, we amended the resolve. That stays. That was a positive vote of 4-3. We then defeated the overall resolve for the appropriations ordinance. But by doing so, we voted against it. The amendment still prevails within the resolve. Even though we voted against the resolve, that amendment stays and carries forth this direction of the city manager. So on the second reading, that budget will show a 0 increase to the tax levy because that amendment, even though the whole resolve failed, still carries forth. Good explanation?
Yes.
So the amendment survives, even though the resolve on first reading was voted down. Does that help, Councilor Hayes? First
Because
time
it
explaining
does
it to myself,
require
too.
2 readings.
yeah, actually, it's very
Mr.
confusing.
Mayor, and
Councilor
on the
Young.
second reading, if it fails again, and the city council can't agree upon a budget, then
It reverts to the city manager's budget?
city manages budget.
Previous year.
No, as submitted.
As submitted, original one, I think.
Please.
So Sue, there's been a motion to reconsider that amendment. So if that amendment fails this time, and then there's a motion made to approve the budget at the 1.24% tax levy, and that's approved, then that's the motion that would go forward?
Well, right now, you'd be reconsidering the amendment, and then if you want to reconsider the vote on the resolve, then whoever was on the prevailing side
Right.
would have to
Right.
vote to, or you just go to the second reading, because the second reading is, the final vote.
It would be good, from my perspective, it'd be good to have a sense of where the council stands. It looks to me like the meeting on June 17th, we're not going to be able to have it on June 17th because 2 councilors are going to be gone. And unfortunately, I'm going to be not here at the next meeting that we have. I think it's going to be June 24th. So I'd like to have as much clarity tonight from the council as possible.
Okay, so we have a motion for reconsideration put forth by Councilor Walker and seconded by Councilor Fournier. And I hopefully explained it to Councilor Hayes as best as I can explain it to myself at the same time, and thank you, Sue, for that. So right now, we're reconsidering the amendment put forth by Councilor Titus, which had originally instructed the city manager to keep the tax levy at 0 increase this fiscal year. We have any other debate on this or discussion on this before we call a vote?
So can you just clarify, if we vote yes on this, then we are,
You're instructing the manager to cut the budget to a $0
and if we
increase.
vote no,
Then
No, in
we're
this
not.
particular vote, you're voting yes means you want to rescind it.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
Re-
Good clarity.
So
Yes,
you
we want to
reconsider.
Yes,
rescind
you want to
that.
rescind my motion, that would erase it.
thank you.
Affirmative vote would erase it.
Thank you. What's that?
Yeah, but this is a backup motion to.
Yes, you need to vote to reconsider, and then you need to vote on the amendment again.
So we're voting to reconsider, very easy. So I have, just on a motion to reconsider, I've got a motion from Councilor Walker and a second from Councilor Fournier. All in favor of reconsidering the amendment in the resolve? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Opposed? Okay, we are now reconsidering the amendment by a vote of 5-2. Okay, now, we can reconsider the amendment. So we're back into it, neck deep.
Back to square one.
Back to square one.
So now you can start amendments to the.
Now I need an amendment to the amendment.
To the amendment.
No, you're taking another vote on the amendment.
Okay, we're going to have some dialogue right now. So let me explain, Councilor Zani, back to you. If we vote to rescind the, we're voting on Councilor Titus's and seconded by Councilor Gary's initial amendment to the resolve.
Just did that, we voted it down.
No, we had to reopen it, we just voted to
Oh,
reopen
okay,
it.
all right.
That was to reconsider.
All right,
That's why I wondered why you voted
okay,
no.
gotcha.
So now, thank you for, this is interesting, but we're clear now. We are now re-voting on Councilor Titus's initial amendment to the resolve, capping or instructing the city manager to cap the tax levy increase at $0. A vote for this would further that direction of the city manager. A vote against this amendment would take that away from the city manager. Clear?
So a vote for it would say to him, we want you to come back to us with a 0.
Right. In this case, we're now reconsidering that question again.
Yes, we're reconsidering that question. A vote no would mean don't disregard that instruction. Now, the arguments, we all have them. I don't want to rehash it, but the fact is, if we're going to want to cut to 0, I believe it's truly our decision at this point to put to put those amendments per those line items in as a policy decision to get to 0, whatever those might be. Versus now, we should have given this resolve, in my opinion, 5-6 months ago, if we were going to do it, a unified body and a vote and a formal. So that's where we're at now. Anybody else have any comment on this? Councilor Gary?
Thank you,
Oh, I'm
Mr. Mayor.
Sorry,
Uh,
look to you, Councilor.
Point of information, back when we had discussed whether we should make the cuts or the manager should make the cuts, he was sitting over there explaining it, and he had said at that point, he would prefer us to tell him to make the cuts, and he would decide where to cut.
That is accurate. That's what I recall.
That was months ago.
Yeah,
Months
through
and
this
months
whole
ago.
deliberation, we had
And I
ongoing
presented,
conversations about what we were asking for.
right,
Months
true.
ago, yeah.
And I did present 2 different reports with my cuts,
Mm-hmm.
pages and pages of them, so,
But we never had a resolve stating that this is the direction. This is a nuance here. Us spouting off, do this, do that, you can listen or not listen. More often than not, I found in city government that you don't listen to me, which I'm good with. Or individuals you don't listen to. The whole point of a board is a collective voice, or at least a majority. But
Mr. Mayor, I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but I know that I sent more than once a question, or please, we respectfully want you to examine this or whatever. I know the manager has one hell of a hard job to run this city, and he can't do it without the budget that he's put forward. But I know that he saw many of my requests of, maybe we should cut this, maybe we should cut that. I even said we should cut a recreation budget by $80,000. I didn't see any cuts come out of that budget whatsoever. So with response from the mayor, manager, assistant manager, maybe they could have said, that is asking for way too much. How about we sit down and talk about something else? And then the rest of us could have been part of that something else. But we didn't see anything, so it kind of frustrates us on this side too. And I understand, he still has to come forward with his budget. I understand that. I'm not mad because he wants a budget at this size. I'm gonna vote what I feel is right, and that's the way it is. And I agree with him. He feels that if we cut his budget to zero, it's gonna hurt moving this city forward. So, let's vote.
Sometimes it's easier for us to do it as a policymaking decision than the manager, frankly.
I agree that it's our responsibility, and I also respect that Councilor Walker and Councilor Fournier spent a lot of time coming up with, really looking at some specific cuts, but I do feel that we had the chance tonight to go through them. Whether we should have done it sooner, maybe that's true, but we did have a chance to each hear from people in the different departments about either for or against those cuts that you put forward. So we did have that chance, and I think the manager listened and everybody listened, and we moved forward. I think this going to zero is just taking up an axe for no reason and cutting us off at the knees.
But we're all learning something by this.
Yeah, we're learning, all right. I'm not sure if it's good learning or not, but we're learning. And there is, I mean, we have a second reading. You know, this is the appropriate, Robert's Rules dictates the procedure in which we address line items, and we have to respect that. So we do have another reading to go through and look at the operation budget and make cuts if we want to make those cuts to line items to get it closer to zero. And frankly, by then, we should have some direction from the state on what the final numbers are. And I think that's a big variable in the room here. So, you know, we can't bank on it, but by gosh, I'm hoping. And we're working hard towards that too. So it's not just a hope and pray philosophy. Okay, so with that said, there's nothing else. I'm going to bring this to a vote before I forget what we're voting on. We're voting on the amendment as initially proposed by Councilor Titus and seconded by Councilor Gary. All those in favor of the amendment, meaning holding the city manager to a zero increase in the tax levy, raise your hand. All those opposed? Okay, the amendment fails by a vote of 5-2. Now, do we have to vote on the entire resolve again, Ms. Clerk?
I would say that you would have to reconsider that vote. Whoever was on the prevailing side should make a motion to reconsider and then do the same thing we did on the amendment.
Very good. That was a vote of 5-2, if I remember correctly. So I would like to entertain a motion.
4-3, actually.
4-3? Thank you.
4-3.
I'd like to entertain a motion.
Move to reconsider.
I've got a motion from Councilor Young and a second from Councilor Walker. Thank you very much, gentlemen, to reconsider the appropriations resolve number. Excuse me. 08-06032019. I've got a motion and a second. Any further conversation? If not, this is just simply giving, at this point, it failed 4-3 initially. So we're revoting on the appropriation resolve as not amended going forward.
And now people can make amendments if they want to, right?
It's open. You can go to town.
Guys, have at it.
I'm ready.
Okay, so you have, yeah, you need to vote to
Oh, I'm sorry.
reconsider
Vote.
first.
All
Yes.
those in favor of reconsidering the motion? Just,
I thought we did.
no, we didn't vote to reconsider it.
Oh,
We got a motion, I'm sorry. All those in favor of reconsidering it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, unanimous, 7-0. Okay. Now we are open. The motion's open. We're good?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Back to Councilor Titus's point. Go forward if there's any amendments or anything, conversation on the appropriation resolve that anyone would like to make.
I'd like to make a motion that the manager take a look at the budget one last time and see if there is anything anywhere that would not be harmful that could be deducted from the current bottom line.
Second that, if that's okay.
Yes. Does that make sense?
I'm thinking, clerk, can you make a motion to look at the budget? I mean,
That
it's,
doesn't mean the manager.
It's not really part of the.
I'm sorry,
It's not really part of the resolve.
No.
You know, it's
this is just such a technicality at this point.
I appreciate what you're asking. Problem is, we're really out of time, and we we need a first reading on the budget tonight. So if there are, as the mayor said, if there are amendments that you want to consider to reduce the budget or to increase the budget, you could do that. And that will be the way to proceed, and then to have the vote that way. Would you agree with that, Sue?
I would agree with that.
That's pretty much where we are right now. If you think that X amount of dollars should be cut out of some department, you know, make that motion. Otherwise, you can wait until the next meeting and make it in the second
Can't make it
reading.
vague. We'd be specific.
So with,
Why not
you know,
now?
we just can't make a motion to be vagueness, to look at something without any type of abstract or concrete action of the follow-up. So, but I appreciate, I think we all respect that. We all want that to happen all the time. So do we have any motions? I'll entertain any motions right now on the appropriations resolve. I've got a
Mr.
couple
Mayor,
ideas.
what figure are we at right now?
Jill, a 1.24% increase in the mill rate, correct?
Well, you added $15,000, so it's now 1.27,
Okay.
and it's 30 cents.
30 cents increase on the mill. Okay. Councilor Young, is that?
No, I just wanted to, for point of reference.
Is there any other amendments? I've got a couple ideas if anyone wants to entertain my
Go for it.
crazy thoughts. I mean, I'd be willing to entertain a motion right now to eliminate $100,000 from the appropriations for LATC. They had asked for $132,000. I think $32,000 out of that $132,000 is more than apt. So I'll entertain a motion of that before I speak more.
Are you
If
making the
anyone wants to,
motion?
I can't.
Okay, I move that we remove 100,000, is it, from the LATC budget request.
I have a motion from Councilor Forney to remove $100,000 from the LATC operation budget line item. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
I got a second from Councilor Titus. Thank you. So I've got a motion on the floor to remove $100,000. Do we have any comments or debate?
I'd like to comment. I think this is an inappropriate and unfair way to move forward with this without being able to hear from LATC or us talk specifically what happens when that $100,000 is removed.
Comments?
Mr.
Over there.
Mayor,
I'm just asking on the left. Anybody else? No? Councilor Gary?
what this fund does is helps to change the routes to make the service compatible with Lewiston. It increases hours. It gives us a chance to help our constituents that need to have the bus service to get them to where they want to go. It helps us to work with businesses to try to develop plans and programs to get workers to the different new businesses that start in Auburn. It also helps us to change the route, tweak it a bit, so that we can get the bus passed and around the senior center. It also helps if we have stable hours that our high school students that could use the bus to go to the technical college or to their Norway Savings for whatever sport events or training or whatever they need.
Councilor Gary, we've, with all due respect, we've heard this multiple times, but there's never been an actual concrete plan on expenditure of that money. It does get us even with Lewiston's expenditure for a population differential of 33%. We still don't have accurate counts on ridership. We have counts on legs, but not ridership. So to Councilor Lozani's point, maybe we need LATC representation here. I will say I've drawn this analogy that when my son gets paid an allowance for doing chores around the house, it doesn't do chores and doesn't get paid allowance, and then came up to me and said, well, you know, if you pay me allowance up front, I'll do the chores. It's usually not the best course of action for a parent to take. Probably not going to have a positive outcome. But if we want to defeat this, I do think it needs to come up. These are the hard decisions. If we're concerned about budget, if we're concerned about effective utilization of dollars, that needs to be talked about.
And I agree that LATC really needs to look much more creatively at how they're addressing transportation issues in this community, but I don't think reducing their budget tonight by $100,000 will allow them to do that.
Just reducing their increase. It's not actually reducing their budget. It's reducing the
reducing their
number of
increase.
increase, okay? So for clarity's sake. And it'll still give them a increase, just not a full increase. Is there any other comments on this topic before I call for a vote?
Hold on.
You're
just
working
give me
over there.
s-
Yeah, it's
just
fine.
Give me a second here.
Take your time.
At something. I was looking at my previous reports to see what I had made for suggestions that might still be feasible.
Well, I'm sorry, LITC motion's on the floor.
Oh, it's on the,
Okay, and you made the motion, thank you. So
Sorry.
if we could focus on that, please. We've had any other conversation on that? None? I'm going to ask for a vote. All those in favor of amending the appropriation resolve to strip $100,000 off the increase of LATC's line item budget, please raise your hand. One? You made the motion, you're not going to vote in support of it?
no,
too
not
bad.
after what I've heard.
All those opposed? Abstain? None being, the motion is defeated by a vote of 6-1. Okay. Any more amendments?
I just have to ask a question. How much would we be able to reduce from LATC that would not be harmful?
At this point, nothing. We are the most bare bones as we can get.
I think that just next year, down the road, I'd like to see a change, a positive change, to see that if that makes.
Well, I mean, the motion's been voted on, it's failed. I
Right.
will say we asked them last year to change something and they
Right.
didn't, okay? With all due respect to people on that committee. I went to a meeting, Councilor Titus did too. They tried to enter, yeah, so that motion's failed. I'd love to bring it back up at our next second reading though, after some deliberation and thought about wasteful expenditures of capital. Is there any other amendments before I call for a vote on this resolve? None being? Or Council, do you need more time, Councilor Fortner?
No, I can't see anything else here.
Okay, there's also the
Sorry.
second reading. I'm going to ask the clerk right now to do a roll call vote on the resolve.
Okay. Counselor Titus?
No.
Counselor Fournier?
Okay, again, what am I voting on at this point? I'm a little confused.
On
Your
the
first reading.
appropriation
On the
resolve.
appropriation.
Yes, the operational budget,
Such as it is, 1.2, whatever it is.
1.727.
Okay, yeah. So that would be yes.
Okay. Counselor Walker?
Yes.
Counselor Young?
Yes.
Counselor Gary?
No.
Counselor Lasagna?
Yes.
Counselor Hayes?
Yes.
Resolve passes by a
That's
vote of
first-
5-2.
First reading.
First reading.
First reading.
I had a vote of 6-2, I don't know how that happened.
You keep adding.
Thank you. I'm going to go now, that's over. We're going to move over to the city manager's report.
Never promised you a rose garden.
Considering it's early, I have lots of time to be able to give my report. No, I just, seriously, I'm going to start with meetings in July, in August, and September. Before that, I think the next meeting on the second reading will be June 24th, if that works for everybody. Unfortunately, I'm going to be away, but the date that we had set, June 17th, two of the councilors will not be here, so it's unfortunate I won't be here on the 24th, but thank you for your votes tonight.
Mr. Manager, just for clarification, you're saying that we're canceling the June 17th meeting? If that's the case, then the council will need to set that as the new date if it's not going to be a special meeting.
Or the mayor could as a special meeting, but having the council
But
do it.
you're not setting it as a special meeting, you're canceling the actual
Right.
June 17th meeting.
Right.
So the council will need to make a
Yep,
motion for that new date.
good comment, Phil.
17.
I think tonight is testing our knowledge of Robert's Rules of Parliamentary Procedure in ways we haven't
Fine.
looked at. So if you don't mind,
No,
I'd
go
like to
ahead.
entertain a motion at this point from the council to change our next scheduled meeting from June 17th to June 24th. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
So moved. yeah.
A motion from Councilor Titus and a second from Councilor Fournier. All those in favor? Opposed? Abstain? Passes 7-0. June 24th it is. Thank you. Mr. Manager, you're up.
Very good. So the next meeting on the 24th, we are going to have an action item concerning the meeting dates in July. We're looking at July 1st and the 15th. We're looking at one meeting in August, on August 19th. And in September, just to give you some advance notice, we're looking at probably September 9th and 23rd. okay? But we'll have that on the agenda for the 24th.
I think we'll send all this out too, and we'll have, in our June
Yes.
24th, based upon your feedback, on the June 24th meeting, we'll actually vote on moving the schedule. The idea is to allow for the majority of the council who do plan summer vacations to do so without missing important city work, so.
Okay. Next, I just wanted to compliment the staff and everyone involved, Councilor Fournier and the mayor and anyone who had involvement with the Memorial Day Parade. I thought the parade was great. Jody DeRisco is not here. Did a great job in her role. Liz Allen did. Lots of folks did. It was great to see. Similar to the country music concert, similar to the New Year's Eve event. I mean, I think we are doing some things really well. I want to give kudos to Public Works on the spring cleanup and the parade. I know the spring cleanup is challenging for lots of reasons. They did a really good job with that. And I just want to comment, they've got the vote coming up on the new high school, June 11th. I've been participating on the school building committees since I became manager. I think I've attended every meeting except for one. I hope the citizens of Auburn will support the new high school and vote yes on questions 1 and 2. I think the benefits to the city are really significant. I think it's going to help us in terms of what we're trying to do to move the city forward in terms of growth and economic development. And I'll end my comments at that point.
Very good. Open session. Anybody from the public like to speak that's still awake? No. Now close the open session. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move we adjourn.
I have a motion from Councilor Forney. Do I have a second? Now, don't everybody jump up. Come on, give me a second.
Second.
Thank you, It's Councilor Young. All those in favor of adjourn by voice vote, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Stand adjourned.